that I've already prepared. I've already seasoned them. I've already put salt on them, and they've been in the fridge. So now they're currently in the kitchen, thawing out. They will be. Let's also poke here real quick just to see if it works. Yes, cool. All right, they will be ready in about 40 minutes. Now the question becomes, do I cook all of them now? Because if I do, I'm leaving on Saturday morning to go to my my parents up in Jacksonville, and bring my dad's ashes up there to get them separated out into urns that I can bring to Alaska and various other places. Now I'm leaving on Saturday morning. It is currently Thursday evening. Now I could eat one of the steaks tonight, getting rid of one, so I then have 2 remaining. They're big fucking meaty steaks. Like they're gonna go down thick. That would leave 2 more for tomorrow. I might have company tomorrow. So what I'm thinking is what it might be kind of cool to do is cook the steaks tomorrow with company. It would be like around midnight, but hey, Bunny, the box, you opened it. I can't. Wait, what? Okay. What about the box? It's good to see you. So I'm a little bit on the fence about it. I might just cook 1 steak tonight and then cook the 2 steaks tomorrow, but I don't know. We shall see. Do 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 do. Coolsies, let's put that over here. Hellraiser. I gotcha. The box, you opened it. Hellraiser, interesting. There's also a terrifying horror short called The Other Side of the Box on YouTube. I don't recommend watching it. Nope. Stay away. Also, on a good note, no drunk ground harm them making the last video. Yeah. Sure. There was only a couple. I mean, they kind of wanted it though. They were like, oh, me. When I said, does anyone want to take one for the team? They're like, oh, I like taking it for the team. Yo, Zowie streaming? Zowie streaming? We love Zowie. We love the Zowie. Wait, is it true? Hang on. Is this true? That's not what I was looking for. Okay, there's no way I lost 27 followers. So I thought for some reason I was at 6.9k follows on Twitch, and no, I'm at 3.8. You dropped a dumbbell on your foot and your bones didn't break. You might be incredibly lucky. I don't know about invincible, but lucky. Everybody! Good shout out. No. Hey! Huh? Stop! Revealing my secrets. How you doing, Aerodati? Wait. The magic is broken. I love you, Red. Oh, I love you too. Aerodati, you're awesome. I missed our Briar Corey interactions. They were fun. I'm eating dinner mints from Chick-fil-A. They're really good. They're really good. I'm about back in pool ever so you're fucking proud down. Ah! I love. Hi, Kira. On me, right before I return to streaming Oblivion. Oh, I'm getting that today. I'm getting it. I may not stream it because I want to try something. I want to start something. I want to start watching Avatar: The Last Airbender with you guys and going through and talking about the character growth, the good and bad aspects of every episode. It was so fun. It always was fun. The original Oblivion game was freaking fun. Yeah, it had its jank. That's what made it charming. It was great. I'm just glad you guys are all seeing that now. I've watched Stadium. Lurky, love you. Aw, much love. Squishmallows! Hey, Squeeze. Hey, Squeeze. Miss our campaign. Miss you guys in general. Yeah. I know they kept the charm from the original, but they also fixed some quality of life things, which is good. Which is good. That looks nice. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're I'm gonna be plugging in the computer. I wanted to go over there and I wanted to ask you guys something. I need to know, am I cooking all my shakes tonight or am I doing it tomorrow too? So, is my screen not showing? There we go. Okay, now I can see it. Cool. It feels so good. I'm so happy. I'm loving it too. I'm loving it. In Albuquerque, is your name Walter Hartwell? What? No, it's Daniel Hartwell White. I was named after my father. Wait, you haven't played the original? Oh my god. You should play the original, feel the quality of life changes that need to be done, and then switch over to that one to be like, oh my god, it's so much good. So much better. You have to wait. Right! Voting Party has the Wagyu. Well, I don't know about Wagyu, but I got a couple of T-bones or a T-bone and a couple of what are they called? Prime ribs? I'm too excited. I bought it. Oh! Yeah, no worries. When you say you have to wait, money's tight. I got you. I think it's on Xbox Game Pass, isn't it? Do you have Xbox Game Pass? Because I know someone was telling me that it was. Okay. So, the question I have. I just pulled these out of the fridge. So I could put 2 of them back in. I can they've been seasoning since yesterday around 7 o'clock. So not quite a full day, but close. Basically a full day. Now the question becomes, do I cook all of them now and eat all 3 of them over the course of the... Damn it. Stop following me! Do I do all of them now and eat all 3 of them over the course of the next 2 days, because I'm leaving on Saturday morning, or do I save 2 of them, and when I have company coming over, a friend of mine is coming over tomorrow late, like around 10, and we could potentially cook steaks together. I think that'd be really cool. Tomorrow, ooh, nice, Rory. Gonna cook some tomorrow. I love it. Like a credit thing, I'm responsible. Yeah, be careful with that. Save 2. Okay. I'm gonna ask them, hey, do you wanna question? Do you want to cook steaks when you get here? I am thinking about cooking all 3 now, but I could wait on 1 or 2, no, 2 for tomorrow. What do you think? I'm not asking this. I'm not asking. I'm cooking them all 3 today. I'm cooking all 3 today. I'm not asking that. I'm done. I'm eating all 3 today. Rat, tomorrow's the day! Oh my god. And Evenzo, I'm gonna need all the pics. We're gonna need pictures. Cook all 3 tonight. Eat all 3 tonight. What I'm probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna cook all 3 tonight. Eat 1 of them tonight. Put the other 2 in like a Tupperware or something, and then stick it in the fridge, and then have that tomorrow and the next day. That sounds good. All right. These have to not firm up. These have to thaw up a bit, so we're gonna leave them for now. And I will cook them soon. Dining areas. Make one tonight. I was thinking about it though. The problem is, they're gonna be coming over, and they're gonna. I think they've just gone to a comedy club at that point, and then before that, I think they had dinner. So like when they get over here, they're already gonna have had food, and it's gonna be like 10 at night. It's just we're basically just watching a show. Like they've been waiting on while watching a show. I've been waiting on watching a show. We're gonna watch a show, and then they're going home. It's like it's not. I'm worried that if I make it into a like making steaks dinner thing, because I've been telling them about making steaks, and they're like, oh, that's really cool. I want to make steaks. I'm like, you know what? That'd be really cool. But I think tomorrow is just not the day. Because it's the timing it's gonna be weird. Like, how many steaks have you eaten at midnight? Like, how many full ass these kind of steaks eaten at midnight? I don't know. Y'all eat your meat. I'm trying to get them to eat my meat. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Taking that back. Damn! I could make 2 of them tonight and have 1 tomorrow, and then ask them, do you want me to make you a steak? And that way we can split one if they're not too hungry, you know? Dumb! And also I get to keep one I get to keep one fresh to cook. I think I'll do that. We're gonna take these and we're gonna put them on a plate. Or I'm gonna put the one that I'm gonna not cook yet on a plate. Which one's better? Is a T-bone porterhouse better than a prime rib? Which one's more, like, cool to see done? Probably the T-bone, right? Because it's different. I love the picture you shared on the TGF Discord. Oh, yeah, that was cool, wasn't it? Hey, Dom. Bonk the Zowie! Picture of Helios dining stuff and room. That would be really cool in Avenzo. I haven't gotten into the Helios yet. That would be really cool. Desperado and the cut. Depends on the cut. How far is it away from being done? That one that you saw? I don't know the lifetime of the project. That's not something that I can only reveal what's public knowledge. Like what is actually already out there with the article that was shared that I shared. That's all I can talk about. I just want people to know about it, you know? T-bone is pretty fun to cook. More fun to cook. Okay, all right. We'll save the T-bone. Also, I'm partial to it because it is like special. The other 2 are the same, and it kind of feels weird to break them up, you know? So let's go ahead and put that back in the fridge. My understanding is you can just leave it in the fridge uncovered, and it'll still like it'll be easier to cook that way because of that. Let's move this over here. I still haven't got my stupid dishwasher to work. I don't know what's going on. It just says it doesn't work. It just has an inlet problem, water inlet problem. So we're not going to be. I'm washing things by hand until I fix that. Okay. Beyond that, let's go ahead and just prepare this a little bit. Make sure we have everything we need. I'm gonna move some of these glasses out of the way because I don't want them getting shattered by our magnificence. Magnificent! Oh, wow! Sorry, just putting glasses down on the ground. Woo! I don't know why, but like shouting in that manner, ow! It makes. Oh man, I hear an echo over there. Apparently, I'm really loud. It makes my. I don't know if I peaked the mic. I'm so sorry, guys, if I did. But it makes my tongue vibrate in a very tickly manner, and it's not really comfortable. It's not pleasant. Oh, could you guys actually see me? Because that thing tracks me. Let's bring these over as well. Let's see how far it tracks me. Oh, it doesn't track me! What the hell? I thought it tracked me! You betrayer! For those of you on YouTube, I can't see the comments just yet. I'm going to go over and read those in just a second. Ah. Okay, let's go read the comments for a second. Alrighty. Hey! In Albuquerque, New Mexico. Oh. Okay, so there's nothing new in cool. Alrighty. So, what do we got beyond what we already got? We are napkins. I have some eggs. I bought some eggs, and I would like to cook them in the little tiny skillet. I think that'd be delicious and amazing. Also, I have, let's see, what are some things that are going to go bad? I've got milk, orange juice. I should probably be drinking this orange juice. Spinach. This is mango flavored yogurt beverage. I'm going to drink some of that right now, even though I've been eating sugary mints, so that's going to make this piece awful. Let's have a handful of spinach first. Let's have a handful of spinach. Hi, how's it going? I believe with spinach you want to put it in, if you're going to put it in a confined space like a Ziploc, you want to put in a wetted paper napkin as well, because that will allow it to retain some of its moisture and also keep it from rotting too quickly at least. Fucking squirrels! There's fucking squirrels on my screen. I need to put up like a squirrel feeder on a camera or some shit. Goddamn squirrels are all over my screen. They're scratching it up and running around. I need to electrify it. That would be good. So how's your day? People come in here for a steak stream. They got meat and spinach, raw, in front of the camera. It's pretty good. Trying to be healthy. I'm still gonna cook and eat the steaks. But a little rough, it can't hurt. Hey, Dragon Slayer! How you doing? Good to see you. Actually, look at this stream. Aw, I appreciate you being here. Ah! So let's just... Where's my temperature taker? There we go. Alright, let's take the temperature of this. It's about 42 degrees or so. Hey, what's up, Dragon? Ha medium. Psychic. You're crazy. I mean, I know a lot of people like to cook with frustrated olive oil, but I prefer now avocado oil because it's a little more expensive, but it gets the job done. And it's frustrated because it's extra virgin. I got you. Oh! I am glad that you went with something that is more promotes your healthy lifestyle. It does suck that you won't get that extra pay boost, but if you think about it like this, what is the point of working? Working is supposed to create value for someone else, create value for a company or a person or an entity so that they will compensate you with money. That money is essentially like, it's a representation of the value that you bring. Now, if you can get more money, that's great, but if you're having a worse time doing it, that's not great. Think about it like this. How much money would you have spent to have an easier, better job? Obviously, there's a threshold. You wouldn't say all of it, because then why would you even have a job? Just don't have a job. Just don't do anything. You just won't have money. Alternatively, you could say none of it, and you could have a very rigorous job that gives you a lot of money. You want to choose something in between, something where you're contributing value to someone, something, somehow, and you're being able to support yourself, but you're also doing it in such a way where you can still live your life, right? You work to live, not live to work. Bye guys. Oh, no worries. No, I gotta go to bed. God flipping darn it. I'm really, really sorry. Don't you worry, Dragon Slayer. I really appreciate you, okay? Go get some sleep. We love you. Got a grade in my final presentation. What was your grade? How'd it go? Is it good? Is it bad? Should we prepare ourselves? Should I get a blindfold? Should I get a foghorn? 83 out of what? 84? Yeah, solid B. That's good. Funny thing is, as a side, unrelated, the first school I was in judged on a scale of 94 and up. 94 and up was an A, 84 and up was a B, 74 and up was a C. So it was basically like a little bit harder of a grading system. I don't know why they did it though. That's passing me. Not only is it passing, that's a pretty good passing. Alright, now that I've cleared my palate with some spinach, let's drink our yogurt beverage. Be healthy. Whoa, hey, no.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, down, down.
I don't think I really
The flames went higher.
processed your trip to Japan. Can we go into a little bit more detail for that? Would you like to join in a call and chat about it a little bit, or do you want to type it out, or are you busy?
I'm in danger.
Overall grade in the 91.54. Dang! Well done. Oh, I was saying I couldn't really. Wow, is it that loud? I'm sorry to hear that. I couldn't really process when you were talking about the Japan trip, and I was wondering if you wanted to get in a call and talk about it a little bit more, or if you wanted to just type it out. I wanted to hear more about your Japan trip. You went with family, but I wanted to get like a broad strokes itinerary. Like, where did you fly in? What did you do? The first few days, and when did like how many different places did you see? Something like that. What was your favorite meal? What were your favorite experiences? Oh, you get smacked by drunkie for spending money. Yeah. Dragon Dunk, you've done so much. You don't ever need to be doing that, okay? I think that applies to all of you, to be honest. So, seriously. Like, if somebody new comes in here and they're like Jeff Bezos or something, yeah, I'll take a little Jeff Bezos one, sure. Go! Jump in, pull, redeem, win. Oh my god, you guys can see the pull. Yeah. Here, let's just look right. I don't know if what you can see. That's yep, that's my pull. Oh, jump and pull, redeem, win. I'm still working on building out my. What is that?
I found in Roadhog's
Hey,
tip
what was
jar.
that? What the fuck? What the hell? What the? Is this a joke? Hang on. Doma! This has got to be like a prank or something, right? Where's my Streamlabs? I'm so confused. Oh my god. What? Like, I appreciate it, but like, why? I I can't. I'm not really comprehending. I'm not even that crazy. I don't like. I go to people and I'll drop some subs. That's. Use this for yourself or grow the hideout. You definitely deserve it. I mean, I'm definitely gonna use it for myself to grow the hideout. I'm gonna probably. Oh God. Oh man. I was gonna say that could be like a bonus to the editors team. That'd be really cool. Nova, I really appreciate it. I'm still having trouble wrapping my mind around it because that's like a week or a month's worth of generosity all in one day, and I just. Thank you, Nova. I appreciate that. I want to be magnanimous or not magnanimous. I want to be appreciative. I also want to make sure. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you doing good? You're not in any like financial trouble. You're not gonna get hurt. You're not gonna lose any payment. I've seen people out there ask for money, say, hey guys, I'm in dire straits, please help me. And then someone will say, here you go, here's like $100, and they're like, thanks, appreciate it, that just helped me pay my rent. And then that person will then come back and say, oh, by the way, I had to cancel my electricity for the month because I can't. No fucking way. Okay. You got a pay raise! Holy shit! That is a hell of a pay raise. Okay. Well, I mean, it's great that happened. That doesn't necessarily mean that you like you make sure that you use that in a way that benefits you and your life, because that is an indication of an increased amount of value that you provide to whatever company or country entity that you're working with. Like, don't feel necessity to spend that on other people, but at the same time, I still say thank you. Oh Lord, there's something I wanted. Okay, all right, I appreciate that. I do. That was the pay raise I just turned down. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh man, dude, that is a big raise. Holy shit. Yeah, congratulations, Neo. Welcome to the party. How are you doing? I can also report that with that pay raise, I'm officially debt free. Badass! Hell yeah! That is huge. Like, a pay raise is a good thing. Being debt free, removing the obligations that you have, removing those chains weighing you down. Holy hell! That's great news. Doing great, handsome. I hope you're doing as well. I am doing very well. Things have been weird recently. So in about a week, I'm going on a vacation. I'm going to be visiting Papa Zillion over in Portland, Seattle, Washington, not Portland. We're going to Seattle, and we're going to go up to Alaska. You also quit smoking, so I've saved 200 USD on not smoking as well. That is amazing. You have a hell of a life-changing recent times. I'm so proud of you. That's awesome. Check out that clip. I think I timed the sound command and clipping. It was great. Nice. Okay. All right. And your shorts are dope. Yeah. We got some people in my shorts right now. If anyone wants to get in my shorts, you're more than welcome to. It's in Discord. That is awesome. Smoking is horrible. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. It didn't take my dad, but for a long time, my dad had chewing tobacco, dipping. He did, and he did that for pretty much 45 years of his life. No, 40 years of his life. And it was basically almost the entirety of his life. And he near the end, he was able to kick the habit, which was great. Unfortunately, that wasn't what did it, but it's like, holy hell, dude. I still can't thank you. I still can't thank you enough. Damn. Well, congratulations, Nova, on all of the recent amazing turnarounds. Pay raise, absolutely fantastic. That's, yeah, God, that raise is like, what was that, like that was like a 50% boost. Holy shit. No, that was more than that. That was nearly 100% boost. Damn. Like a 75%. Damn, that's big. So A, big raise, which means big capabilities in A, paying down debt, which you did amazingly. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud. I'm so happy to hear. That makes me so happy to hear that you concentrated and focused on the financial burdens in your life first, and then you focused on you know, doing things that were more for pleasure oriented or generosity oriented. A lot of people don't understand generosity. Holy You actually got us under 1,000 negatives on the what do you call it, the subs thing. For some reason, every time I get to sub, it adds one in the wrong direction. But Nova, holy wow. I think you just single-handedly got us to hype train level 8. I don't, yeah, thank you. But yeah, if you want me to hop on a call with you and chat, yeah, definitely. I'll pull you in a second, but I'm have you end this community, just doing a small voluntary act for it. But so your small voluntary act is a huge impact for me. It's a huge impact for the community, but it's a huge impact for me too, because honestly, the biggest thing, the biggest absolute. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, hey. Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good. You've already.
Hey, somebody's awesome.
Someone is breaking some serious rules. Yes. Well, let me complete 8 too. Holy shit. I got that shout out. I will read that in just a moment. But goddamn. Welcome to the party, Gringo Gamer. How are you doing? Oh my god, what? Oh my god, I'm no longer in an apartment, so I can now knock on a wall without fear of making people around me know who I am. Gaming Granny, welcome to the party. How are you doing? We're just I'm a little sidetracked in the brain category right now. So as I was saying, I wanted to call out the fact that you focused and got your debts paid first, your burdens paid, and then you chose to go with the generosity aspect. And what I want people to convey, there's a lot of people out there who feel like that they have to be generous even if they don't have anything to give, or if they have lots of burdens themselves, they still want to be generous to help other people and uplift them. Generosity needs to be seen as a luxury. It is something that a lot of people are too quick to do while also hurting themselves in the process. And I wanted to thank you for letting us know that you are now debt free, that you have reached to the point where you have struggled and pushed and finally gotten yourself to that point and overcame. That is amazing. I want more people to know about that. I want more people to but always yourself first, your problems go first. Yeah, it's not selfish, because here, imagine or think about this. If you are a force for good in the world, you are a positive person in the world, you do positive things. If you do things in a positive way that negatively impact you and make it so that you can't continue doing that in the future, that's not going to help anybody. That's not going to be a help overall. Let's say that let's say here's a very extreme example. Let's say that someone who wants to grow up to be a lifeguard and be like a really good swimmer and save people, and they care about people, they want to save people. and they go and they jump into a pool to save a drowning person when they're 12 years old. Son of a bitch. Thank you. Appreciate you. I see the full shout. I think it likes to eat it. I think is the last one. I'll read that out. But so imagine that you're 12 years old, or that you're 12 years old. You have this dream of becoming a lifeguard. You want to save people, and you don't know how to swim yet, but you're gonna learn. And then you see someone drowning, and you jump in to try to save them, and then tragically, you can't, and you both go down. Well, helping someone when you are not yet ready to help someone is actually, it's not selfish, but it's kind of selfish in that you are appealing to your baser instinct to try to be generous without understanding how much you're taking away from the world in the process of hurting yourself. So be careful. Always secure your own mask before you secure someone else's. Make sure that you can be stable and stand on your own before you go and lend support to someone else. There are obviously going to be exceptions. Like if somebody only needs a small amount of support, like if somebody needs a kind word or just to drive them to the airport or something like that, that's fine. But if you're going out of your way to financially support someone, even if it's just giving someone a couple of bucks, or you're going out of your way to hurt someone in a way that or help someone in a way that hurts you, then Jesus. Thank you, Chris. It was almost 1 a.m. Yeah. Do your thing. Thank you so much, Nova. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much, Nova. Thank you so much, Vincent. You guys are all breaking rolls. Go to sleep. Get some rest. Be healthy. I've been debt for half a year. Now I'm free. I'm glad to hear that, my friend. The debt-free, smoking-free, the lack of, or the increased raise. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for you. Chris, Nova broke some rules. I'm throwing Nova under the bus. Nova broke some rules. A lot of rules. Thank you, Chris, for Jelly, Ezzy, Alex, TXA Shots, and Naki Rose. God damn it. Vincent. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna drink the rest of this, or some of this. I'm gonna drink the rest of it. It's a lot. Well, no, I'm just gonna drink some of it. Throw this away. Just clear the desk off a little bit. There's a lot of crap on here. I think we're good. Cat Gloves, welcome to the party. How are you doing? No, not this one. Dude. There we go. Your birthday's coming up. Should I do a birthday stream? Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't plan things, so whenever my birthday comes around, I like realize my birthday's coming around when it's there. In fact, you know what my birthday is? My birthday is in 9 days, and I haven't even considered anything for it. My birthday's on May 3rd, so I don't really do that kind of stuff just because I tried to. I should do that kind of stuff. It's great for growing a channel. I don't think like that. I just want to come here and be entertaining with or without thought. I do want to play more Split Fiction, but I am going to be traveling this coming month. So like this whole, I'm going to be gone this weekend. I'm visiting my family up in Jacksonville. And then after that, I will actually be streaming tomorrow because the person I want to, who's visiting me is going to be coming late. So it's going to be fun. I forgot my birthday a couple of years in a row. Jeez. Yeah, I'm ready. Your birthday's on May 2nd. I knew it was like adjacent. It was either May 2nd or May 4th. I knew we were right next to each other. But so I'm going to be leaving on May 3rd to travel, and then I'll be gone for pretty much the entire month. As my family blows up my phone on my birthday, which is, yeah, then I meet my phone. No, I get you. Let's see. Alrighty. All All right, let's get back over there and probably start these steaks. I wanted to put my computer together and actually hook it up and just make sure it worked before we did this, but I think it's better to just do it now. Are you going to more than one place? Yes. The first trip we are going to, me and Papa Zillion are going to Alaska. So I'm going to Seattle, and then from Seattle taking the cruise up to Alaska, and then we're gonna take a cruise. It's gonna be a 7-day cruise. We're gonna be back in like the 12th or 13th. And then after that, on the 19th, I'm leaving to go visit Chris in Manchester. I still need to get my ETA. I still need to work on that. I need to do that tonight. Oof, I need to do that tonight. So Manchester, I'm going from Manchester to Austria, from Austria to Germany, from Germany to Amsterdam. Not a single cruise. It's like an elderly cruise. Like the average age is going to be around 60 or 70 years old, which is just how I like it. Gotta find those gilfs. I'm just kidding. No. There's no kids, so it's not like a family cruise. It's technically you can be there with families, but it's really, they don't have like the entertainment for kids. Don't forget your shout. Right, got it. Will do. But holy shit, again, just wanted to call it out one last time. Nova came in here and dropped $150 and 50 subs. Like, just like giving me an aneurysm. Oh, my brain. I can't. I think of people who were just like sitting, I don't know, sitting in the snow and taking off their mittens and giving it to people walking by, and taking off their jacket, giving it to people walking by. I'm like, I appreciate that you want to be generous, but like, don't hurt yourself in the process. But they're like, I didn't hurt myself, they said. So it's not love. It's not love. I want to say I appreciate it, but please try not to conflate giving money with love. Just because Kira, watch makes me mad. Oh no. Nor, yeah, let me get you. Mr. Jordan is currently busy doing. Oh, never mind. Say Mr. Jordan's currently busy in my shorts, but already got it. Kita, happy. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. But yeah, that's not that. I don't want to ever conflate money with love, because I want people to know there's a lot of people out there who either A, can't give, or B, don't want to give. That's totally fine. I don't want that to be like, oh, they don't love me enough. There's so many people out there who do that. They're like, well, if you really love me, you'd send money. Well, if you really love me, you'd give me a galaxy. If you really love me, you'd hit subscribe. No, you're here. You're spending your time with me. Your time, your energy, your engagement, your chatting with me, your personality that I get to, hey, Ringorf! That I get to talk to. Holy shit, I'm 10 minutes late. Hi. Your personality, your energy, everything about you. That's what gives you. That's what gives me the love, and all this. I don't need anything more of that. Thank you, Kira. We love you, Cloudy. Hi. What's happening in my shorts? Well, Mr. Jordan and Doom are currently in my shorts. Let's see if anyone else is in there. Mr. Jordan, Doom, Adam, and Sparkinator are all in my shorts right now. Dragon has sent me the shout out. Yeah, I see. Okay, cool. It's the whole thing. All right, here we go. There are amazing, kind, and amazing there are many amazing, kind, and amazing streamers here that provide fun content and have great communities. Me? No. Please check out Zaretta, who's currently streaming Subnautica. Yo, really? Dude.
Hey.
Yes?
I want superpowers.
Oh, you're getting superpowers. I hate it when Twitch takes my sub. Oh my god, you don't have a sub? How do you not have a sub? You like 50, 160 subs just got dropped in here and you didn't get one? That's crazy. That's wild. It's a party in Druggy Shorts. Yeah. Oh, I don't know about an orgy. I don't know what they're doing in there. I mean, they're probably having fun in my shorts, but I don't know about that. And I would love to talk to you in just a moment, Vincent. I do want to hear about your trip. Actually, let's call you up.
Hey, send me some loot.
Oh, can I get some coinage in my darling? Right? Of course you can. Let me go ahead and make sure that would be. Okay, no worries. Vincent V. Da 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 da. Oh yeah, cool pics. Oh, hello.
Good. Over there.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Just so you know, I don't know if you're aware, currently live. Just letting you know. Just letting you know.
I'm currently what? Oh.
I just wanted to let you know I'm currently live. Just letting you know before we start. I'm training myself to say that now because like that's something I always forget to say. It's like, oh yeah, hi, join the call. Hi there, how you doing? Oh man, I just took a massive dump. Oh hey, we're live, just so you know. Oh shit.
No, my cat was just, I was trying to get to the Discord, and my cat, she likes to roll up against my like right side of my desk, and if I pet her the right way, she does this little somersault thing and lands on her back so that I can tickle her belly because she loves that.
That's awesome.
And then she'll splay out and she'll push the mouse away and like make it fall off the desk, and I'm like, oh wait, how is that?
The best. I also need to find a where's my, I think my beans are out in the kitchen, so I'll go to get those. I wanted to bring you with me, so I need to. Can you guys hear Vincent, by the way?
We're going on a cruise? Sweet, I'm down.
Yeah, eventually. I want to bring everyone on cruises. Headset microphone. Let's see if this works.
I think it'd be so fun to like get everybody in your community on one giant boat.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me right now? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. That's my headset microphone, so I'm bringing you with me.
Ew. There you go.
Cool beans. So can you guys hear Vincent over the music?
I like how my Discord picture is taking up half your screen.
That's a good point. Let me shrink that just a little bit for the kitchen.
I need to fix that. It's been the same.
No.
picture for a while.
I oh, okay. Yeah. If you want to change the picture, but yeah, I changed the size. T minus 12 days. GoPro came in yesterday. Got it all set up for my travel vouchers today. Everything set up. Now we wait. Nice. Remind me, Rangorf, 12 days? As in 12 days till you travel to this location or another location? What location? Well, Drunkrat season 16. Did season 16 come out yet? Yes. Apparently the stadium is really good in Overwatch and people like it. All right, so engage us with your stories.
Okay, so I traveled with I invited my brother and my parents because you know they're old. They're like 70s. I was like, I want to do something with them.
70s? Your brother's 70 years old?
No, my parents are set. My dad is 70.
No. Okay.
He's actually 70. He's 73 this year. So I'm just,
don't take this wrong way, but how are they with walking around and walking long distances?
So they're actually not bad with it, but the thing is, my dad recently injured himself a lot. Our family is very stubborn in the sense of like we don't take care of ourselves when we get hurt very
I get
well.
that. Yeah.
So we're just like, no, I want to keep going, whatever. So my dad had he had a pickleball incident to where he actually had to get surgery on his shoulder.
Okay, side question. What the fuck is pickleball?
You don't know what pickleball?
For all I've heard is it's a combination of tennis and table tennis.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's
that
pretty
it?
much what I was gonna say. That's all I was gonna say is that it's a combination of.
How far will this go?
Anyway, so.
Oh my god, it goes all the way. Sorry, I have a camera that's like following me around my kitchen.
No, you're good. My cat is on the ground. My cat is doing weird things again. So she gets on it like when she doesn't get enough attention, she'll get on the ground and stretch herself up to my shoulder and start hitting me with her body, and just like hey, pay attention to me, and I'm like, I can't right now. I'm busy. Anyway, wow, it is definitely following you around. That's weird. You got a big space in there now.
Right. Yeah. So no, carry on. I'm also looking for the jelly beans because apparently someone made me do a sensitive.
Yep, you better get those.
I'm looking for them. Ah! I dropped a knife. So you brought your 7-year-old parents and your not 7-year-old brother.
Yeah, and he's very good at planning things. I knew that if I had gone to Japan, I would have been like, what the heck am I supposed to be doing? And so I invited him, and he planned the whole trip. Have you been to Tokyo Disney, or did you not go when you were?
Oh
there?
yeah, I went to Disney Sea, not Disneyland. So they have two.
Okay. So my brother got the package. You know what the Disney package is?
No. Explain to it. Also, this is for everybody who's listening. Vincent V is a streamer and is awesome. You should definitely check him out. I would also like to say, Disney has 3. I think is it 3 attractions all at once. It's Disneyland, Disney Sea, and what's the third one?
I don't know that there is a third one.
Okay, maybe it might be the resort that they have then.
Yeah.
So then what's the Disney package?
We stayed in 2 different hotels per the Disney package, and it allowed us to travel to the Disneyland park and the Disney Sea park.
Okay.
So we stayed in the Disneyland, the Tokyo Disneyland Hotel one night, and went to Disneyland the Disneyland is kind of pretty much the same as almost all the other ones, aside from the fact that it's Tokyo and there's some like stuff you can buy differences. So you can,
right, yeah.
If you want a popcorn bucket that says Tokyo Disney Sea on it, then you have to go, obviously, to Tokyo Disney Land to get that. Anyway, so we stayed in Tokyo Disneyland for a minute. The sad part about the time that we went was there were 2 rides that we specifically wanted to go on, but they were closed down for renovations. And
which one were they?
Winnie the Pooh ride.
Okay.
Winnie the Pooh and Peter Pan.
Huh. Interesting.
So we unfortunately did not get a chance to do those. Also, we actually did want to go on the It's a Small World because they implemented Baby Groot and some other baby Marvel characters in their ride, but we didn't get a chance to go on that one either. It was just so I don't know what it is with Japan in general. This isn't just Disneyland, but Japan in general has this thing about them where they just love lines. They love lines. They love so many people in being so many lines and trying to buy things, and it was crazy ridiculous. we had passes for a majority of the rides out there, which was amazing. It allowed us to get on so many rides that we actually did want to go on that we normally wouldn't have had the chance to do on in any other Disneyland.
Got Shakira, by the way. You got your coins. Yeah, well, think about it like this. In terms of lines, if there weren't lines, but still the same number of people wanting to buy, what would there have become? It would have just been a throng of people all bundled up around the register trying to be the first one to take,
Well, so there's this. Okay, so Disneyland.
I'm not saying that there aren't lines. I'm just saying that there's just a lot of consumerism is the issue.
Well, I mean, as per the lines, they actually do generally go pretty quick. They do actually go really fast.
Yes, which they're very good at being efficient.
And that's why I hate a lot of people who post those videos of people lining up to get into Disneyland outside of Tokyo. Those lines go so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, once so to say the park opens at 9 a.m., once 9:15 rolls around, you're in. You can just walk in.
Absolutely.
Like the lines are gone. It's pretty amazing how quickly they get through their lines. Hi, Kitty. Yes, I'm here. All right. But yeah. So if you wanted something spectacularly amazing, the popcorn buckets, I think, is probably the number one thing that people generally like to go for because it's a collector's item. My mom, oh my gosh, my mom has way too many popcorn.
Oh man, I think did I already bring them over or have I not? I might not have brought them over yet. Let me check real quick. I actually have some of those.
Yeah, I got one popcorn bucket because it's my favorite Disney movie. I got the Rapunzel bucket.
Oh, that's a great
Um,
movie.
the one that lights up.
Awesome.
And so yeah, so I just got that single one, but my mom. Do you real quick? Do you know who Duffy is?
Who what?
Duffy and Friends, like the little teddy bear, the popular Disney teddy bear that's I think only related in
No.
Tokyo.
I've never heard of that.
You didn't see the little bears that a lot of people were probably walking around with, or the popcorn bucket that was like clear and a round ball and had like Duffy characters on it.
No, I was in Disney Sea and I didn't see any Duffy.
Well, Disney Sea was more popular with the Duffy than Disneyland was.
Interesting. Well, I'm also very.
Yeah.
Oh, when did it come out? When did Duffy come out?
Duffy's been around for a really long time.
Like
so
longer than
explain
5 years?
I want to. Well, yeah, because this year was the 20th anniversary for Duffy.
Oh, okay.
So, and,
Hey,
and I
what
don't
are
know
you
if
doing?
it's actually been around longer because I've seen something like what you have, a popcorn bucket, with something that says Duffy 40 on it, and I don't know if that's like 40 years of Tokyo specifically, or if it was 40 years of
Mine
Duffy.
also says 40. It's the 40th anniversary of the park. I think it is.
Of the park. Okay, so yeah, so that's something that really got in my head because, Mickey himself is like, I don't know, 120 years old.
I think he just came up on 100 actually, like in the last year or so.
100, yeah. So that's why I get confused when they come out with all this merchandise, because they all have different numbers on them. So, because
Good to see that.
Disneyland recently had their 50th celebration or 70th or something, and there was merchandise with the number on it.
Zinni, thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate
I've seen
that. And I'm
Duffy
doing
with
well. Lots of
40.
stuff
I've seen
going on.
Duffy with 20. I've seen Duffy with
moving,
10, and that's only
dating,
because I looked up
and
on eBay like
rebuilding
what
simulations.
the heck is going on with people and their obsession with Duffy. So Duffy is actually the stuffed animal friend of Mickey Mouse. When he was younger, that was his like best friend.
Let me see if he's on my barrel, my popcorn bucket. No, he's not. I got Daisy and Donald, Goofy, Pluto, Chip and Dale, Mickey and Minnie. No Duffy. Oh, and Tinkerbell,
Okay.
but very small.
So you basically just got like the
I got the
group of-
40th year
the main group.
anniversary one.
So
from last
I'm
year.
kind of surprised that you didn't even like really see Duffy and Friends all over Disney Sea, because it was they had.
I was probably
they had
too busy being
banners and
disappointed
stuff.
because like every single ride I wanted to go on was down. Every single one.
Oh,
the only one that
that
wasn't
sucks.
was Indiana Jones, and I didn't even know they had that ride, but like it was the only one that was open. So 40,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I think it opened briefly, and we just barely got in, but it was like okay. It was a cool experience, but it was not really a great experience. The Journey to the Center of the Earth was supposed to be like their major one. It was closed.
Oh, that sucks. That ride was super fun.
Damn.
It was loud, but it's fun.
The Aladdin Theater one was closed, I think. Which
So
was like the
the
genie.
Aladdin, the Aladdin Theater in Disney Sea is actually not Aladdin. It's Sinbad.
Oh, Sinbad Theater. Okay, I thought it was Genie.
Yeah.
Which is funny because we actually have a Sinbad Theater in Universal. Oddly enough.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Did you ever do any of the gotcha machines?
My
Disney
buddy
ones?
did one. I didn't do one. My buddy did one,
Okay.
but he didn't do it. We didn't do it in Disney. It was in Tokyo in the what is it called? The district that's all lights and games and stuff. Not Shinjuku.
Shibuya?
Huh?
It's not Shibuya, is it? Shibuya Square?
No. There's a whole district. Can you guys let me know? What was it? Don't you have a beanie? I do have a beanie. Stop reminding me. There we go. What was that? What's that district? Dragon or Pawn or Zenny in Japan, in Tokyo, that's known for like its video games and stuff like that.
Actually, I have no idea. We didn't visit that area.
Oh, you had to have. Welcome you here to welcome you to visit here in Finland. Yes, that you're the new annoying one. No, you're the new friendly one, or you're the old annoying one. Tokyo Game District. Akihabara, Electric Town.
Okay, yeah, I definitely have not.
when I went there on a tour, we went and saw an electric show, which was essentially like a Cirque du Soleil kind of style thing, but instead of circus and performers and like acrobatics and stuff, it was like these massive like LED Godzilla mechs walking around in the center of a ring. It was really fucking cool.
That's awesome. So did you? So that reminds me. Did you see the performance that they did on the lake in Disney Sea?
Probably not. They had a Finding Nemo thing. I didn't go to because it was like 3 hours long. I tried a bunch of
couple of videos.
Popcorn. Okay, I'll check out those videos
of the performance that they did, because they do like a big.
Here's the issue that I had. I was traveling with my one of my friends who he's a really close friend. We've known each other for a long time. In fact, I was roommated with him for a while, and so we know each other. But like I don't know if he was just unenthusiastic, but like anytime we were doing something, he just wasn't thrilled with what we were doing. And when we got to the point where we finished most of the experiences, there were some things that were going to happen later, like the show, and he was like, I just want to go. Let's just go back to the hotel.
That's awful.
So, and I'm more there for the friends. So that's one of the reasons why I do want to go alone one day.
Yeah.
And just do whatever. But anyway, so
maybe you and I can go at the same time, and then we'll just go out.
No! Stop following me.
Just kidding.
No. Sorry, I was a Boy Ghost pulled the lever, and I tried to jump out of camera frame, and my stupid camera followed me.
That's good.
I'll eat the stupid bean now. So carry on.
While you eat your bean, I'll explain a little, or I'll tell the tale of the areas we went to. So we actually went on several really good rides. Most of the good rides we went on were actually in Disney Sea because of the new area, Arendelle, and we got like pictures of the whole town, and it was pretty amazing just to be able to walk in the town. Isn't it called Arendelle?
What is that from?
Frozen?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I was thinking like Lord of the Rings for some reason, like Arwen? No,
Arendelle. So yeah, we got lots of pictures of there, but we actually managed to get into the park pretty like we got in first things. We just hopped in the line for Frozen, and we were like, I don't know, we had to wait maybe like 10 minutes before we were able to get on the ride. It was one of the rides we had a pass to, but we're like, let's just go check it out and see if we can't get on it. It definitely was worth riding twice, because I like how some of the rides are in Japanese and some of the rides are in English. So we went on Rapunzel once, we went on Beauty and the Beast twice, and wow.
Rapunzel had its own
ride,
yeah.
It was right next to the Frozen ride, pretty much. You had to walk past it to get to the Frozen ride.
Are these things that like were built in the last 2 years?
Yeah.
Oh, well then I missed it. I wasn't there.
Oh, wait. Well, actually, I don't. Oh, wait. When did you go? I thought you went recently.
No, like mid 2023. Zeretta! Thank you for the raid. I don't remember Frozen area, and I don't remember the Tangled area. There was a Aladdin area. Yeah. Welcome to the party, Zeretta. How are you?
It says the Rapunzel Lantern Festival was built in the Tokyo Disney Sea on June 6, 2024.
Yeah, then that's definitely after me.
Oh, you missed it. Dang, that sucks. I thought you went like last year.
Nope. It was 2023.
Okay.
Thank you for the raids, Zeretta. I appreciate you. 700 scrap to Zeretta. Yes, revise. So I'm going to take a break from the story for just a moment. By the way, we have Vincent V here. Vincent Valentine, amazing streamer. VTuber playing games like Split Fiction, what are some other games like?
World of Warcraft, Icarus.
Ooh, oh yeah, Icarus.
I'll be streaming Conquer's Bad Fur Day as soon as that cord comes in the mail.
Nice. But I wanted to take a break and say, Defuela, I have a question. So, I have a friend coming over tomorrow after stream around 10, and I was thinking about like potentially saving a couple steaks and then cooking that with them, just to show like, hey, this is what I've been doing. However, I'm also leaving on Saturday morning So I don't know if I'm going to be like, I don't know if I need steaks after tomorrow. So I kind of want to cook all of them now. Eat one tonight for dinner, eat some tomorrow, and eat the rest when my friend gets here. Maybe. So then I thought maybe I'll just save one of them. I have a T-bone as well, porterhouse. Maybe I'll just save one of them. It has a really big fillet section. I love it. And everybody agreed with that one. I initially was thinking maybe I'll save two. Now I'll save one, because what if they don't want to cook steak? So we're like, I don't want to cook steak. I already had dinner. They're like, okay, all right, cool. I'll just cook it later. I'll cook it after you leave. Fuck you. But so now we have two ribeyes to cook.
Yeah.
Hey Bex, how you doing? Good to see you. And carry on, Mr. Vincent.
Okay, so the Beauty and the Beast ride was amazing. I can't believe how good the animatronics are for a lot of the rides they have over there. It's pretty amazing. They're pretty flawless in their movements.
So where was the Beauty and the Beast ride in the park?
It was closer to Ariel, the Ariel World. Was Ariel up?
Ariel
The
World was down.
Little Mermaid land.
Little Mermaid, the area was under construction when we went there. I'm pretty sure.
You missed out on like everything.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I spent the entire time being disappointed that like the only things that we got to do were 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Indiana Jones ride, and I think we made our way around to like the Frontierland area to get popcorn. And there was supposed to be a show, and we missed the show because we were in line for popcorn in another area. So we got to see two things in Disney Sea the whole day.
That really sucks because Beauty and the Beast was opened September 28th, 2020. So you probably had a chance to head to that one, but you know, I guess your friend didn't want to go there.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, I'm going back another day. Funny thing is, actually, one of my coworkers helped to build Disney Sea. Like he was integral part of it. Like he used to be, I think, a director level in.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
No, stop following me! That's the whole point. Is I go off camera. Worst. You're the worst. Not you guys, but the camera.
You know, there's a door over there. Why don't you just go through that door?
It's not fast enough. Pull the lever. Wrong lever. I'm pudgy. I don't move fast. But wait, you have a guest. Cook over.
Anyway, so yeah, we really got a chance to do, because we spent one day in Tokyo Disneyland and 2 days in Tokyo Disney Sea because we assumed it was going to be bigger, and it actually was. I was pretty amazed that the Tokyo Disney Sea was it was right on the edge of the ocean. If you traveled around to that area, the
Nemo area,
the futuristic looking area,
yeah,
that you could actually see the wall that was blocking the ocean between the two areas. I thought that was pretty cool. I forget what it's called, but
yeah, it's kind of cool taking the train there, because the train, it's the end of the line. It's the last stop. I just think that's pretty cool. Disney World last stop. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it might be the same, but that's also. Did you go to Universal Studios in Osaka?
We did not. No, we didn't have time. We only had.
That's like a last stop too.
We took a bullet train from Tokyo to Osaka, and we did Osaka and Kyoto, and we wanted to. My brother wanted to take in more of the sights and see some of the stuff that you really just don't ever see in any other place in the world. And we did the 4,000 arches or whatever.
The tour gates.
The tour gates, and unfortunately, I actually got sick on the trip.
Oh no!
And
that does
it was
happen
because
quite frequently.
I think it was because of the jet lag from the plane getting there. Because I didn't sleep on the plane,
15
and I
hours or more is rough on your body.
If I could have slept on the plane, I'm sure I would have been fine. But it was just really hard to sleep on that plane, even though we were in first class and we could lay down.
Oh, nice though. That is nice. First class really helps.
That was part of the reason why we invited our parents, because they're like, we don't really want to sit in the back of the plane, so we'll just get first class, and first class for you guys too. And because, you know, because your dad's handicapped, and I'll need you guys to help carry his bags and stuff. So
Yeah.
we got,
Oh, geez. I guess, Mom, if I have to.
pretty much. Well, they also paid for the hotels. So that's
nice.
another part of the reason why we got a chance to stay at the Tokyo Disney land and Tokyo. We stayed at the Miracosta was the other one that we got to stay at. We tried to get a spot at the Disney Sea, but like I said, my brother's a planner. He's one of those guys who he'll be clicking refresh on the page as it comes up to
Smart.
be able to book a night there. And like they were just sold out by the time he had a chance to pick the spot. So it was kind of crazy.
Were you guys able? Did you ever even look into Studio Ghibli Museum?
I begged them to get me to go there, but unfortunately, it was just too far out of the way. And I told them that we should have stayed at least 14 days. We only it was between the 6th and the 16th, so it was a 10-day trip, but that's including plane travel.
Yeah.
We actually stayed one night over in California and went to Universal Studios in California that day when we arrived. So we were there. That was our first little adventure. They had actually the day we left that they finished building the track for Fast and Furious.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't. They didn't open the ride. It was just the track.
Right, yeah, no, I know. They finished building the track, and then here's your first. Get on.
Everybody, this is your test drive. Ready to go.
Here's your we got to see if it works. We need ballast. We need people holding down the seats. I didn't find the knife set. I do have the knife set. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere amidst all my crap over there. But this is one of my more recent purchases, like about a year ago, like a paring knife or something like that. I forget what it is, but it's good. It's very sharp. It's nice.
I'm surprised you didn't buy a knife in Japan.
I know. I almost did, but I thought it would be crazy getting it through customs.
That was, it wasn't crazy for my brother and my mom. They both bought a knife for the one. My brother bought one for himself, and my mom bought one for, I think, my sister or somebody. I wanted to get one, but I was like, I don't really cut meat that often, so I just didn't want to. It was a lot of money for a little knife.
The part that's kind of separated on the end there is the cap or the lip. That part is where the best bites are. The cap.
I'll have to send you a picture of my brother's knife, though. It looks really pretty. Not only looks pretty, but it's cool, super light.
I can order here. So Defuela, remind me again how to do this. I heat it up. I wait till it starts smoking. Add the oil, then add the steak immediately, or do I wait until the oil is like smoking too? Or no, it's not going to smoke. It's avocado oil. But then so I throw. First of all, I render the fat cap. I sear the fat cap for like 30 to 50 seconds, and then I put it down, and then let it be. Just let it sizzle, and then I wait for a certain amount of time. About like a minute to 2 minutes, and then flip it, and then I that's where I pull out the temperature, the thermometer, and I check for, we're looking for 120, right? 120 if we're going for medium, and then I pull it off, put it on the cutting board, let it rest, and then put the other steak on. 120, okay, 120, got it. For medium rare, all right. So what would it be for medium? I want to learn. So it's 115 for rare. 120 for medium, 125 for medium rare, medium rare, 120, 125 for medium, 130 for well done. Sometimes I give steak a nice brownish color and put it in the oven. That's what I've heard a lot of people do, yeah. There's no love is getting, sorry, Chloe. Anyway, carry on, Mr. Vincent.
Okay, so after Tokyo Disneyland and Tokyo Disney Sea, we actually went to we hopped the bullet train and went to Osaka and Kyoto, and we went to Nara Island.
Yes! Oh, how was Nara?
Oh, it was so fun. It was kind of scary and a little crazy because there's this vendor who sells the little snacks that you can feed to the deer.
Yeah.
And the deer were crowded around him. Like they were like you almost had to be like,
He needs
can
a
I
stun
get
gun.
past you, deer? Can I get past you, please?
Yeah.
But there were also so many people. So what we did was we all bought 500 yen worth of snacks.
How
and
many
we
snacks
tried
is
to
500 yen now?
10 little round plates that are about the size of your hand.
Up. It was about 150 when I went there.
It might have been 200 yen. I don't remember the cost, to be honest.
Okay.
I think it was 200 yen. That sounds about right. 200 yen for the.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So we were trying to go back to the main entrance of where we came in at. And I don't know if most people know, Nara is a city full of deer. Like, it's not just one area that you go to. They are everywhere. You drive around and they're like, okay, let's be a little slow here because there's deer crossing probably.
Yeah, no, we didn't even drive around. We just went there on the. We stayed in Osaka. We went there on the train and stayed there for a day. But like, yeah, I could see driving around just like deer crossing everywhere. They just live there.
Everywhere.
There's almost as many deer as there are humans in the city.
Pretty much, yeah. Not no joke. And I got some video of feeding the deer and petting the deer and just being generally really, really close proximity. Like, you can't get close to any deer in any other part of the world than you can here. You can pet them. The cool thing was that it is what everybody says. You bow to them and they bow back. They bow at the same time, and then you give them the food. But the problem was, so there's male deer on the island as well, and they can get a little aggressive. I had one, but they have their horns shaved off, I guess, for safety reasons, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
And
to
they
also
will
prevent
buck
them
you.
from hurting each other because they butt.
Yeah, they kept bucking me in the butt, like, give me some food. I'm like, no, I already gave you food. Please go away. So we were trying to haul ass out of that little area of where most of the deer were, because there were these, some of them get a little aggressive. But we finally managed to make it to an area where, so there's a specific area in this little park that we specifically went to where the baby deer will just hang out by themselves, and they won't even sometimes even get really close to you to be able to get the food. You sort of have to like toss it to them, like, here, you can have some food, but you gotta get a little bit more for it. Come a little closer. And so it got a little bit crazy. My brother was trying to hoard his treats because he wanted to save them all for the deer that were at the beginning of the park area. So
real quick, just wait a second. DeFuelo, so you're saying that this part is the fat cap, the second part? Like, how do I sear that? I thought I'd sear this part first and render that, and then so this is the one I have to concentrate on. Interesting. The lip, got it. So you're saying that's where the best bites of the steak are. Got it. Okay, I'm looking forward to sinking my teeth in. All right, so deer, Nara, go.
I just sent you a video of me like filming a deer right in front of my face and like petting it. You can look at it now or later or whatever.
All right.
But it was pretty. It was nice to be there, but it was crazy because there was just a lot of people and a lot of deer. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. I love the cherry blossoms specifically. I thought they were beautiful. I didn't realize that there were plum blossoms and peach blossoms, and those look even better than cherry blossoms in my opinion, because they're like a dark pink and a hot pink color when they bloom, and they look so good. So yeah, there's that. I thought it was kind of funny that my favorite store there was actually 7-Eleven.
Oh, dude, yeah, 100%. We're going no season again. We're going salt only.
7-Eleven, I know you know, Drunk Rat, what 7-Eleven is over there, but for people that don't, this is a place you can go. You can buy clothes there that come in little packages. They're like emergency clothes.
Yeah, pretty much everything all in one store. It's like a little
you can do your taxes
Walmart.
there. You can get exchange currency there. You can make poppies there. You can do everything that a normal 7-Eleven in the U.S.
like a
has.
McDonald's.
But my favorite thing there, and I don't know if this is just a Japan thing or if it happens anywhere else in the world, but I love the fact that they cut off the crust to their sandwiches before they package them in whatever they make and serve them. But one of my favorite sandwiches there was actually an egg teriyaki chicken sandwich.
Ooh, that sounds
It
amazing.
was so freaking good. I can't tell you how many times I bought that. The other thing I love from 7-Eleven was their vitamin C gel packs.
Interesting, interesting.
I don't know if you ever had a chance to try those, but those helped me when I was sick for sure. They were so good. I actually brought some home. So after Nara Island, the next day we went to the arches, the 4,000 arches that were built over the span of what, like, I can't remember what the story was, but they're just, it's an amazing story. I was too sick to, like, really remember a lot, so if you guys want to know the story, we would have if I wasn't sick. We managed to, it was about an hour to walk up to the top. And we managed to make it up about 20 to 25 minutes. And I was like,
so you got to the halfway point, which is like a really nice overview of Osaka. Or, sorry, Kyoto.
Yeah.
That is amazing. I love that.
Yeah, it was pretty good. We did get a few pictures of that, too.
So, funny thing is, next time you go, you have to make it up there. And then at that point, you and I will have essentially had the same experience. First time I went there, I only made it up halfway because I was just, like, winded and I'm fat. I couldn't do it. But the next time, I pushed myself, and I did make it all the way up there. And I took a picture of how exasperated and pissed off I was at the top. Great.
That's funny. I'm so mad that I got sick, and I was sick for like 2.5 days. But they're really good about the food there. The food is so incredibly healthy for you. The only thing I didn't like about the food is how non-fiber oriented it is.
Yeah.
I didn't actually. This might sound weird to some people, but I didn't go number 2 maybe twice the entire 10 days we were there, because not a lot of the food has the stuff you need in it.
Right. Question. The Fuela. Why is it gray? Why is it gray? Did I pull it up? Did I flip it too soon?
You might not want to.
What?
Oh wait, never mind. I thought somebody levered you. I was gonna say you probably want to pay attention to the tank and not be levered.
I am. Yeah. No. That was a hydrate. I'm actually getting some water.
Good. The shops, the food, everything there just was. It looked so amazing. We did get some Wagyu beef, which was, oh my god.
Yeah.
That was the most tasty piece of meat I've ever had for $35. It was a little square piece of meat. It wasn't even that much.
So I went to a place, I actually videotaped the entire experience. I went to a place where they cooked probably around this much meat, this whole prime rib that I'm doing, of Wagyu over the course of like probably around 40 minutes. It was $60 a person, and it was like professional chef, personal professional chef. He only handled me, my roommate, and two other people who just happened to be there.
It's crazy. I love how insanely good the food is over there. Like, it's not even just that. The ramen, I think I had more ramen over there than anywhere I've had in the world, and it was just so good. I felt really bad not being able to finish my full meal. They tend to get really mad. Well, they'll get a little bit upset with people when you don't really finish your meal. But I'm so full, I can't keep going. I wish I could take it with me.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually another thing I really liked, was the fact that it's so incredibly clean over there. There's no garbage anywhere. There's no garbage cans. You have to carry your garbage with you.
Yeah.
Like, I freaking loved that. I loved being able to. There is one thing I never did over there that I was actually expecting to do, and I actually bought shoes specifically for that. I never took off my shoes whenever I walked into a place. They never had a. I never had the option. Like, it was never a thing.
Did you ever try? Did you get to try takoyaki? It's the octopus balls.
No. Oh, I haven't had octopus balls over there, but I have had them over in my home state. And
in Osaka, they have a whole food festival thing, like on certain nights of the week, where you can just walk around and there's a bunch of street vendors. They will take it right out of the grease and where the steak's room temp. They were resting out. They were thawing for probably around 50 minutes or 40 minutes, and they were just under room temperature. They were probably around 68 degrees.
That's crazy.
So I don't know
the
why
last-
they're still cold on the inside.
Yeah. I guess it's just how the way they cook them. I'm not really sure, to be honest. But the other thing that we managed to do in Osaka was the Nintendo Museum.
Nice.
We
Okay.
did actually go and see all of the sad thing about the Nintendo Museum is that you are not allowed to take pictures inside the museum.
You are not allowed to take pictures? Really?
Not allowed to take pictures. It's not allowed. There was only one spot that they allowed you to take pictures, and it was of the Nintendo Switch 2 that they had on display over there.
Oh, so they're advertising. Got it.
Yeah, pretty much. It was kind of sad that I wasn't able to take pictures of everything else because they had pretty much every Nintendo system ever created, and they even had things that I didn't know Nintendo made, like a printer. Nintendo were the original ones in at least Japan to make a printer, like a full-size printer. It's pretty crazy.
Okay, the other, just real quick, the other steak is 60 degrees internal, and it's 70 degrees room temperature. 20 seconds, that boy's done. Okay, we're pulling it off. Let's pull it off. Let's pull my meat. All right, everybody, grab my meat. Hang on.
Yank it off that pan.
I got it. Ooh, oh, it flipped the flippers. I flipped the flippers. It does look pretty good on one side. On the other side, not so hot. So we're gonna let this sit for a bit.
Oh, you need to get some better tongs.
Yeah, maybe. These are relatively cheap tongs.
Yeah. I worry about tongs like that because one of these days you're gonna drop something and you're gonna be so upset that you dropped it because you're gonna be like, I was gonna clean this floor today, but I just dropped something on it and I don't feel comfortable eating that now.
A little butter on the other side. Okay. So what you're saying is flip it over to the burned side up, and then put a pat of butter on there and let it soak in while the other one's cooking.
Oh, I have to send you this picture. So they have a little sign next to one of their displays at the start of the Nintendo Museum that explains what you're supposed to like. There's these little toads, and if you touch their head, they make a little toad noise. Yeah, pretty much. And you don't have to push them really hard. So there's a little sign there that I'll send you that I took a picture next to. Okay.
This side's really gray. Yeah, the bone
was
side
also-
got really gray.
The arches, the day we went, it was actually kind of a little rainy, so we got soaked a little bit.
Did you ever take a bus in Osaka or Kyoto?
So we were going to, but the time that we were about to, so my dad, he was in a sling for his shoulder injury, and if he gets bumped even a little, it's like super painful. So we tried to take a bus, and the second my family saw how crowded it was on that bus,
Absolutely.
we were like, nope, we're not gonna do it. Let's just get an Uber. So we Ubered pretty much almost all the time
That's smart.
over there.
Because
Yeah.
the bus was
Until
like,
it
I
was-
was the most uncomfortable, worst experience I had in Japan was the bus in Kyoto.
Yep. I see how that could be a thing. So after that trip, we let's see, what's the name of the castle? There's Osaka Castle Park, and there's a specific castle in that area that I can't remember the name of. Let me look it up real quick. Okay, so it is just Osaka Castle. So I was sick the following morning, next to the Osaka area where the hotel we were staying at, and my brother, he's a better photographer than I am. I try to be better, and he walked.
Oh, I got real good by oil.
Oil.
Yeah, it's whipped butter. It's whipped butter.
Oh.
Salted. I want to get rid of it.
That's some weird looking butter.
Hey, fucking hell! This thing is popping like
say it.
crazy. Damn.
I'll let you pay attention to that for a minute.
I just want the butter to melt off that. I got like spatters of oil all over the ground here. It's a dedicated stove on the stove. Yeah, it's like a hat on a hat, but more for stoves. Ah! Stop it!
My brother
Yes,
got
and
plenty
this
of
isn't
orders with
margarine.
a Papa Papa,
Margarine. I'm not a pussy. I don't use I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. Fuck you. No. Yeah, this is butter. This is real butter. American butter. Damn it. Oh no, I used to work at a sports bar. I absolutely garnered a lot of oil burns. I used to be fry cook and exposition. All right, let's All right, we're okay, the center is looking around 100. Let's do another flip because I feel like it's been on this side for quite a while. One of these days I'm going to leave that thermometer sticking up like that, and I'm going to slip. I'm going to get the inside of my brain's temperature.
That's horrible. That steak looks delicious. Did you ever play any of the claw machines?
Oh yeah, that's one of my stories. We went to a place and my buddy spent I think it was $40 on a fucking claw, and every time he got it a little bit closer to the end, and finally he gave up after like every time it went up, it would drop it. It would reach to the top and then just like fucking drop it. And so I was like, dude, stop wasting money. No, and then afterwards, after a little while, after like the probably first $20, I started encouraging him, like, no, man, you almost got it. No, man, don't give up now. At like $30, he was about to walk away. I was like, no, man, gotta keep going. You're so close. It was great.
So, I actually have a funny story about the claw machine, and
Yeah.
don't tell your friend, because he'll probably hate me, because I only spent 1,300 yen.
Oh, shit.
I sent you a picture of it. I played a giant claw machine to try and get a giant Kirby.
And you got it.
I got it after 1,300 yen.
Nice.
And 500 yen was 3 plays.
Badass. I bet the
So,
owner of the place wasn't too happy.
Oh, no, I don't think they minded, but I did tell her that I had plays left.
Son!
Still,
Sorry, stay with your head! Ow. I got a bad burn right here. Ow.
I did still have plays left in the machine, and I went to talk to the lady, and she's like, you can choose any other machine in here to use the rest of those plays. And I was like, oh,
That's sweet as hell.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I was kind of hoping that she was going to refill it with another Kirby so I could get another one. Because I'm almost positive he was waiting until I left to refill it, because I think that's one of the easier machines to get the prize.
That
You
makes
know
sense.
when you're being cheated when the claw opens up at the top after it picks up your prize.
That's what I thought, yeah.
And you should stop playing.
I think we're actually
I
close
think-
to 120, so we're going to end it. We're pulling off. Pull off my meat, everybody! We're pulling off the meat!
My mom played a claw machine for like 100 yen or 200 yen, whatever one of the minier machines was.
Yeah.
And she actually got something, and it was probably her greatest crowning achievement for what she got on the entire trip. and it was a chicken nugget dipped in a yellow mustard sauce. And it was like her fidget toy. She liked playing with it. She liked holding it. It was her go-to toy. I thought it was funny.
Love it. That sounds amazing.
It was great. Oh, that's funny. So, what's your favorite store in Japan?
My favorite store was probably the Studio Ghibli store in the mall near the large Gundam robot in, I want to say, Tokyo.
So Ghibli is in, like, on your way to Osaka.
No, not the museum. Not the museum. There's a store in Tokyo, the Studio Ghibli store.
Oh dang! I should have known about that.
Yeah, there's a place there. There's a little mall that has a large Gundam mech, and I have a video of at every night that Gundam mech lights up and has a bunch of sound effects and stuff that go off as it, like, a few pieces on it move to change position or whatever. And at the top there is not a hibachi. It's a Japanese barbecue restaurant. And I forget what it's called. There, I want to say, oh god, what is the term for yaki? Something yakimori something. It's a barbecue up at the top where you it's kind of like Korean barbecue, but it's Japanese barbecue. And I had such a sense of deja vu the whole time I was doing it. Am I zoomed in now? No, I'm not. Okay, cool. I had such a sense of deja vu. And it was because I had been there. The tour that I went on in 2017, I didn't even remember that I'd gone to this restaurant, gone to this mall, and eaten in this restaurant. And the fucking manager remembered me. He was like, "I remember your shirt," because I was wearing the same fucking Hawaiian shirt. I have pictures. I was like, oh my, what is this bullshit? And he was like, oh, welcome back. I was like, what? And then I went back to my pictures. I was like, oh my god.
That's funny. That's so funny.
And we didn't sit in the same exact table, but it was like very close to it. I could see out a window that overlooked the Gundam. And so right down, probably it was like a 7-story mall. It was relatively small. Like every floor only had probably around 10 to 15 very small stores, but it had like 7 or 8 stories. And on one of the stories was a Studio Ghibli store, and I went in there, took a bunch of pictures, took some video. It was really cool.
I wish I'd have known about that because I could have taken the train
Yakitori, yes.
from the Disney hotel to get to that. I could have gone there.
Cut the lip all the way off to separate it from the eye when you go to eat it. Eat it. Okay. I'm just going to cut one of the lips off now. Oh, that sounds horrible to say.
I bet you're going to cut one of the lips off now.
All right, so this is the lip? So is it this outside edge? Is it the outside edge here? Or is it this inside edge? Oh, God, to the left. No? All right. All right, so we're just going to cut this part off, and we're just going to take... I'm just going to stick this meat in my mouth, and we're going to try it. Hello. I'm going to have some water on hand, just in case. Fuck. Give me back my fork! The connective tissue is connecting. There we go. I'm gonna get a plate because holy shit, this is gonna drip.
Did you ever get a chance to try the 551 Harai?
Could you? What's that called?
It's the 551 Harai. It's like the like really popular fast food chain that's down there or over there.
I don't recognize that.
Let me see if I can't send a better... I took a picture of myself in front of one, but my camera was being dumb and it did it backwards, so... Let's see if I can... You probably recognize it by the picture, if you get a chance to see it. Oops, that's not Discord.
This is the most unseasoned steak. Aside, like, it has salt, it has a little oil, it has a pat of butter at the end. It is fucking glorious.
It's like Wagyu beef.
Shit. It's not as tender as Wagyu, but it's very close.
Hey, by the way, tomorrow is the perfect day.
4/27? 4/24? 4/20?
For April 25th. It's not too hot and it's not too cold. All you need is a light jacket.
Oh, cool.
You have no idea what movie I'm referencing, do you?
I've seen it. I remember the line. I don't know what is it. When Harry Met Sally.
It's Miss Congeniality.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
That's Richard Gere. I want to say. And Julia. No, I'm thinking of
Sandra Bullock and.
Yeah. I'm thinking of Pretty Woman.
Yeah. There was a mall that I did go to in, I want to say, Osaka.
I thought it was a town called I want to say.
It was.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Ah! Yes, it didn't follow me! But you guys can still see me. Fuck! God damn it.
It's
The one time it
lower.
didn't follow me. Alright. I need to let this sit
The
for
other camera.
Yeah, man.
That's great. You're gonna have to come up with a new way to figure that out, huh?
Well, no, here's the thing. In June, all of this is going away. A lot of shit is happening in June. June is going to be a busy fucking month. First of all, everything here is getting torn away. All of it. Walls, window, cabinets. These things will not be destroyed. They will be moved. The whole fucking island, which kills me. It kills me that all of this stone is going to waste. All these cabinets are probably not going to waste, but they're going to be moved to the garage or something. But so all this is going to be redone. I've got a what do you call it? The solar panels are going to be installed as well. I have my closet and pantry are both going to be redone. June, like all of these things have been in process since like March. All of them are happening on June. It's going to be a busy damn month. And once the kitchen is done, that's when I can like actually install real cameras so that I don't have this amateur bullshit setup. Although, I mean, the amateur bullshit setup is still fun to fuck around with. I don't know. We'll see. Dean the Churro. Yes! Naughty Churro, thank you very much. Good to see you. How you doing? Hope you're enjoying yourself. Ribeyes all about right there. Hell yeah. See, I'm sitting here like, oh man, I want a Diet Coke. I want this. I want that. Water and steak with like almost no seasoning is one of the best meals I've had in a long time. Like, I went to CC's today for lunch, and honestly, WCC's. I fucking love CC's. But I went to sushi the other day, and I would rather have this steak. I love sushi. I don't like care for steak all that much. It's not like a huge win for me, but I still like these steaks. All right. I'm gonna eat this one, the one that I didn't cut the lip off of, because it's cooler and it has been resting for longer. And I'm also gonna eat its lip. I need my. Oh no! I don't need a fork. It's so tender. It just sort of like came apart.
I know how that feels.
Oh man. I've never had anything so tender. It came apart.
I bet your meat came apart.
This time it did.
So one of the places that I actually was really excited and very much looking forward to doing while we were in Tokyo, and my family was skeptical about it because they're like, we don't really want to do a museum. I was like, you're gonna like this museum. This museum was actually very similar to the one I did recently in Vegas. It was called Team Labs Borderless.
Oh, Team Labs. Wait, Team Labs what? Borderless? Was it in Tokyo?
Borderless. Yep.
I was there.
They have two. They have two different ones. They have Borderless and they have Planets.
I did both. Team Labs Borderless is the one with all the sensory experiences, right?
Where you like
walk through water and shit?
No, that was Planets.
Oh, because I thought the Planets one was... Oh, that was the garden. Fuck, I went through the Planets one. It was cool.
Okay.
What was Borderless?
Yeah, if Planets was the one where you had to like take off your shoes and walk through the whole thing barefoot, that's Planets. My family was not looking forward to walking around barefoot in other people's, feet.
It was pretty cool, but yeah, I get you.
But yeah, Borderless. Oh my gosh, so freaking amazing! It had sensory art on the walls, which project things onto the walls, like a garden or flowers or just like all sorts of fun things all over the walls. There was this one room where we went into where there was mist coming down in certain sections of the room, and the projectors would project their images onto the mist to make it look like stuff was, happening on the mist. And so like they would project butterflies, and the butterflies would float around the room, or make it look like they'd be floating around the room, because that's just how it looked. And I'll send you a couple of videos so you can sort of get an understanding of what medium. I mean. If you ever do go to Vegas, they do have something there that's very, very, very similar. And
it's always
I highly recommend going to it. It's a museum definitely worth checking out. They had a room where it was basically mirrors on every side of the room, but there were lights hanging down from the ceiling that were in sort of like a maze pattern that you had to sort of walk through. And if you press, there was a console in the corner where you had to go and press a button, and it would change the pattern of all the lights as you walk through them. And it looked crazy cool.
Was there a room where they had like a sloped, almost AstroTurf like feeling side that you could lay on, while on the other side it had very relaxing imagery?
No, unless I mean, this place was a maze. There were probably rooms in this place that I never got to.
Yeah. So
we spent much more time in there than we planned on.
I think, and I don't know if it's affiliated with Team Labs, but I think it's Team Labs, and I think it's that, because what you're describing sounds very similar. There is one of those in Dubai, in the Dubai Mall. I think it's also Team Labs. And it has a lot of those like sensory-ish feelings with the mist coming down with the projection and stuff like that. And my buddy, or our buddy, everybody here, well, some people here remember him, Despaz. Despaz is one of my best friends in the whole world. He lives in Dubai. He's actually partners with the guy who opened that. So I thought that was really cool.
That's awesome.
At least I think he is. Yeah. But, so yeah, I went there with him. But
if you ever go look at all the photos I've been sending you,
Pull the lever,
in the pattern of my days spent and nights and everything, if that makes sense.
Sorry, I got levered and I didn't hear what you said. If I ever see the pictures that you sent,
if you watch the images and videos of stuff that I'm sending to you in chronological order, meaning the ones at the top and then making your way down, if you ever watch them, then you'll see exactly how I spent my entire trip, basically.
That's cool.
Aside from the arches, because I thought those were not very. They weren't very good.
I got a lot of pictures
I didn't
of
get
arches.
a lot of the pictures are with me in it, and I don't look happy at all because I was sick. One of the things I did really like about their particular setup is if you walked up to a certain wall and there were butterflies on the wall, if you waved your hand in front of the wall, a bunch of butterflies would fall down because you were knocking them down.
You killed them!
Pretty much. Yep. That's what it looked like.
All right, where's the grain on this thing? How do I cut against the grain?
You get a knife from Japan.
Honestly, yeah. No, this knife is definitely not made for sawing. This knife is made for straight cutting. Yeah, this is a very. This is actually pretty medium rare. I would say this section, maybe rare, but I would say this is pretty well done. No, it's not well done. It's the opposite of well done. Ah, no! Fuck! Crying out loud. Okay. Wash.
You dropped it on the floor, didn't you? I told you it was gonna happen.
I didn't use it. Wasn't tongs. I just did it with my fingers.
Oh, it was so amazing. So amazing. Okay, so within this museum, and I don't know if they have this in Planets, but if they did, I hope you got a chance to check it out. They have a tea shop.
I don't recall that.
So the tea shop is it's a, how do I say this? What's the word I'm looking for? Visual experience. That's the best I could come up with. As soon as they bring your tea to you and they put it on the counter and they fill the teacup with water, a projector will show an image onto your tea and basically create art on your table where you're eating.
I remember you showed me that. I think.
Yeah.
Both.
And then when you move your tea out of the way, or when you drink all of your tea or the sherbet that they give you, the image will I want to say deteriorate, but for a better way of putting it, mine projected flowers on my tea, and when I moved the tea out of the way, the flower petals dispersed and broke down, and then they grew into my tea again.
That's cool.
It was pretty cool. We did visit a couple of Pokemon centers
Nice.
while we were there, because, why not?
Did you get any Pokemon?
Unfortunately, yes, I did.
I was gonna say, did you get the Gacha Pokemon?
We did not go to one of the ones that had the gacha.
So the Gacha Pokemon were not. It wasn't like an actual Gacha machine. What they did was they had a Pokeball, and they said this Pokeball contains one of 6 Pokemon, and is like you don't know which gonna be until you buy it.
I guess we didn't have that experience because we went to the one inside of a train station, which was super busy. We went to one that was inside of a mall, and it was probably the most expensive mall I have ever seen, because when you got in the elevator, there was somebody who would guide you and be like, hey, here, let me press the button, let me close the door for you, let me display it was crazy. I've never seen a person operating an elevator.
Did you have to tip them?
No.
Nope,
You
it's
don't
Japan. They
tip
don't
in
tip.
Japan.
Nope. I got a Pikachu. That's what I got in my Pokeball. And it's waiting.
Such a crazy. We did visit a Disney store in Shibuya Square. Oh, that's cool. Is that from one of the gachas?
Yeah, that's one of the Pokeballs. It could have been one of.
Now I'm jealous.
It could have been one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Pokemon.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a picture of the. I basically put all the plushes that I bought from the Pokemon centers on a shelf in my room. And I'm just gonna take a quick. I'm gonna turn on the light because it's a little dark. But I'm gonna take a picture and then send that off to you here in a second.
Yeah, there you go! Apparently, Albert Einstein was a real person. No, actually, that's a figment of your imagination. It wasn't. I'm trying to think of this. Hang on. E equals MC squared. EMC. Albert Einstein, speed of light, theory of relativity. Oh, he was relatively something. He was a theory of relative
Itty. I'm trying to. All this time I thought he was a theoretical physicist. Fuck! Nice! I like it. That's pretty good.
But you know,
Hey,
I
Barry.
guess you do know that there are
1 week,
specific
Betty.
like Pikachus that you can get at each Pokemon Center.
A little over 1 week, but yeah. Specific Pikachus you can get at each Pokemon Center. No, I don't know that. I didn't know that.
Like they are, they're relevant to that area that you go to. So if you went to the one in Tokyo, then you could get a Pikachu that was climbing up out of Mount Fuji.
Oh, cool.
Little plush. But they had several different kinds, and I think I did just send you the picture of all the plushes. I did, suffice to say, get a lot in Japan while I was there.
It's good to see you, buddy.
My most crowning achievement was when I got that Kirby, but
Nice.
I did buy Pokemon cards.
So, Gotbread, I would actually love to talk to you about that. If that's a subject that you're interested in, I would love to discuss that because that's something that I can discuss in great detail, but I still can't wrap my mind around the conceptual. Like, I understand that we see it in practice. We see the dilation of time at high velocities and high and in low gravity, or in high gravity. I understand that is the case. However, I can't understand. Also, relativity, as in perception. The whole thing with the speed of light. If the speed of light is constant, and if something were coming towards you, let's say something is coming towards you at 50% the speed of light, then from its perspective, the photons coming off of it would have to be traveling at the speed of light. However, from your perspective, the photons will be coming at the speed of light. But from your perspective, the photons are coming off of it at the speed of light, which would make it coming off of it, from its perspective, half. The problem is, the photons are actually impacting you at a specific rate. And if they are impacting you at the speed of light, from their relative velocity, then those photons should be arriving at 150% the speed of light. That's impossible. But if they're arriving at the speed of light from your perspective, then from their perspective, it's going to be arriving at 50% the speed of light, which is also impossible. So I wrote my own simulators on it. That's cool. Yes. So that's one thing. I love getting into space travel, speed of light. I can debate and go into detail on a lot of different topics and just explore it. That would be great. Anyway, Vincent, it has been a lovely time talking to you. I think I'm gonna set up my computer now.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm flitting from topic to topic. But was there anything else on your Japan trip that you wanted to talk about?
There was one. Well, there is one or maybe two more things. The strawberries over there. I have never seen a more red strawberry in my life than the ones that they have over there. I don't understand why they're as red as they are, but we did stop at a local shop to where they were selling these strawberries that looked like they had all of the red drained out of them, and they were 500 yen each.
The white strawberries?
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's crazy.
Did you get a sulfur egg? You should get a steak in your
What's that?
PC. Nice. Did you get a sulfur egg?
I don't know what that is.
Rangor, how you doing? I'll explain that in just a second. Rangor, if you can accept that there are ways of looking at things, see the impossible as possible, then you must accept the fact that you are amazing and deserving of all good things in life. I counter that with nobody is deserving of anything. Everybody earns what they get. If nobody deserves anything. If you exist, you do not deserve anything. If you exist and then you contribute to somebody somehow, some place, something, if you do something that benefits something else, you deserve, at that point you have earned something from them. You don't necessarily get it, but if you do get it, then you don't necessarily feel like it was a gift. Nobody deserves anything. Nobody is special and deserving of what is it called? Unconditional love. People get unconditional love. They don't deserve it. That's my take on that. Also, hi Cindy B. Hi Max and Bart. How you doing? Good to see you. Drunky, I would like to game with you at some point in the near future. I would like to game with you too. It's been a long time. I haven't connected my my PC. Zaretta Egg. Vincent, carry on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You were telling me what a sulfur egg is.
Oh yeah, sulfur egg. So sulfur eggs, I have pictures, are something that basically they boil an egg in some like sacred sulfur spring. And you can then buy them, and if you eat one, you gain 7 years on your life. If you eat a second, you gain another 7 years. But if you eat a third, you're immortal. So for all of those who don't know already, a lot of people do know that. Part of my backstory is that I am immortal. So I will persist. I will live forever, assuming death or an arrow doesn't take me, or not death, sickness or an arrow doesn't take me. And as far as I've seen so far in my life, it's been true. I have yet to die, and I don't think I will.
I guess it's a good thing I didn't eat one of those sulfur eggs. 'Cause
It's not saying that you. It's not saying that you can't die. It's just saying that you won't die of natural life, long life, basically. I think that's great because if you wanted to, like at the end of your time existing, and you're like, okay, I've seen all I want to see. I want everything to end. You can, and also eventually you're probably gonna get sick enough to die. Who knows? But you won't do it of old age. So that's where I'm at right
gotcha.
now.
Okay. So you don't want to die of old age? You want to die
No,
of
there's too much to
sickness?
do. There's too much to do. I need to build this community. I need to build the businesses that I'm working with. I need to
You need to finish streaming Split Fiction with me.
I need to finish streaming Split Fiction. But you can't do that if I'm dead.
Yeah.
So exactly.
Stay alive.
Exactly. Okay. Also, as a side note, here, everybody, this is a steak that we quote unquote cooked. Yeah. All right. So let me read what Godbread said. Mom Counter, what's up? Arrow to me, exactly. So firstly, Floaty Corn, how you doing? Good to see you. Correct. The issue is all because of fast-moving object experiences time slower, so the rate that the object sees is slow to compensate for the effect. Okay, so if you're perceiving things at a slower rate of time, so let's say that your time is moving slower for you. You're moving at half the speed of light, so time is moving half as fast. So every second
talking about
appears, every second appears like 2 seconds, which would mean if light traveled, let's say something traveled 10 meters per second, for you, every second appears to be 2 seconds. So it would actually look like 10 meters per 2 seconds. So then that would actually, no, gut bread. That would mean that the light, so the issue is from the perspective of the thing that's traveling. Oh yeah, okay. No. Because if a thing is traveling, let's say a thing is traveling at 50% the speed of light, photons are coming off of that thing, rebounding off of it forward, in front of it. So those photons should be traveling the speed of light. From the perspective of that thing, they are traveling at half the speed of light. If something is also perceiving time to be slowed, and every second is 2 seconds, now it's moving a quarter the speed of light because it's moving half the speed of light at twice the time. It's not so it's speed of light divided by second, so meters per second. So if every second is doubled, then it's meters per 2 seconds. So now it actually feels like it perceives it as moving slower. So let's go back to 10 meters per second. If something is moving at 10 meters per second and you perceive time as twice as fast, or sorry, half as fast because it's slower for you, then that would mean that 10 meters per second becomes 10 meters per 2 seconds. Now it becomes 5 meters per second. So it looks like it's moving half as fast. So if it already appears to be moving half the speed coming out from you, and your time is dilated by 50%, or I guess 100% in this case, making it 200%, at that point, it looks like it's moving a quarter of the speed. But then you responded with something even longer. Let's see. So let's say the object moves fast towards you.
Pull the lever.
God damn it! The rate the photons hit you is faster since it's coming at you, but the object sees you coming towards it, accounting for the higher rate in photons per second. If you were to measure the rate of, I mean, that's not also to say that the photons' wavelengths are also going to be vastly different, because the speed at which they're coming, due to the Doppler effect, is going to cause the rate, the frequency to be higher, and therefore you're going to appear a different color. But that's all side of thing. And photons per second. So accounting for the higher rate and photons per second, if it were to measure its rate of photon emission, the apparent higher speed, distance per time, is compensated by a slower time. The amazing part, for understanding and deriving the equations, you don't need much more than just some triangles and a square root. Going to dinner. Have a good night. Bye, Abuela! Again, Zoretta, I want to hear all about your Subnautica adventures. Zoretta, are you still awake? Zoretta's probably asleep. You can't see me. Oh, I'm here. I can't still see you. Oh, wait, what? Arnauto! Hi, Arnauto. Oh, Vincent, that was you! Ich bin hier! Du bist hier. Mein Freund, Saleta, if you would be so kind, I don't know, willst du, Subnautica tell us? Tell us about Subnautica! Damn it. Night, oh. I want to cut this up and put it on a plate and bring it over and do our PC in peace. All right. Anyway, so Soul Parade, yeah, good stuff. You don't want to live forever? I mean, I definitely don't want. I wouldn't want to live forever with no out. Like, if I could live forever, but I have the ability to end it on my own terms, I'm okay with that. If I could live forever and it's like, no, you will live forever and you can never stop. No, fuck that. That's torture. I'm talking to you. Vincent.
You're talking to me? Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't know. Well, I thought you were still talking about math. I sort of tuned out.
I get you.
But yeah, where was the sulfur egg? Like, you remember where it was? Like, you said you eat
it was somewhere between Osaka and Hakone, which is between Tokyo. Oh, did you ever make it to Hakone?
No.
Okay, it's a town south of Mount Fuji, and they have the most amazing ryokan there.
Unfortunately, because they decided to make the trip not 14 days, we had to cut out doing Mount Fuji.
Oh, okay. Well, this isn't Mount Fuji. It's just within view of Mount Fuji, and they have an amazing ryokan with an onsen on the roof that overlooks the mountain. And it's like in the morning you can go up there at like 6 a.m. and watch the sun rise over the mountain. Can't take pictures though because everyone's naked.
That's awful. I mean, you could take pictures, you just can't share them.
Yeah, technically yes, you absolutely can. I mean,
I guess
but it would just
if you want to take pictures.
Not much sehr viel Spaß. So Subnautica makes sehr gut, very many Spaß. I don't know what Spaß means. Is it scares? Ich habe noch nicht. I have not yet. Kein Angst. No, you are not angsty. I am fearless. Nice. It's so fun. Spaß is fun. I love learning words. Was ist die Wort für...
You should learn Japanese.
Nihongo ga skoshi wakarimasu.
Like, not just one phrase, though.
Anato wa... let's see. Ohayou gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah.
So, one of the things I was actually doing in Japan, kind of without meaning to, was I was looking for a wife.
A wife?
Yeah, I was on. So I'm on I have this dating app on my phone that uses my location to
Purple doesn't
find
exist.
people in the same area
Mm-hmm.
to like chat with.
Hinge,
And-
OkCupid, Tinder. What are we talking?
It's called Boo.
Oh,
Like
I've
a-
seen
like a
that.
ghost.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I don't trust it because I've seen that in ads from a very disreputable one called Hilly.
It was good for a while, but I think it's
Pull
gone
the
downhill.
lever.
Oh shit. Oh, hey, did you hear the joke about the toboggan? Hey, it used to be pretty
No.
good, but it's gone downhill since then.
Oh. I tell you
Longer
a
it is to
joke about
stay,
paper, but
more
it's terrible.
Spaß equals fun. Ah, sehr gut.
Broken pencils are pointless.
Ah. So, where have you been so far, Zaretta? I need to know this. Very important. Okay. I think I'm gonna let our
want me to
lovely
get off with you?
friend.
You want me to get off with you?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna pull in if they're available. I would love to pull in Gotbread and Zaretta, and I want to talk physics with Gotbread and Subnautica with Zaretta. How are
Okay.
you? What's up?
Everybody.
Hi, we love you.
Bye.
X. Okay, cool. Let's see if I can find you guys. Zaretta and add Gotbread. I don't have Gotbread as a friend. Can you create if you're available if you want to? Oh, let's see. Oh, the thing happened. There's a red flashing light below my pan. Yes, that is no, it's not gonna explode. It just says a hot pan. Thanks to Novelli from 2 hours. I know, Hallie, Novelli came in and did craziness. Deal win. Yeah, so Zaretta, would you mind creating a group between us, a group call? I can't. I can't send Gotbread a friend request, or I can send them a friend request, but we're not friends yet. Add in 1 minute. Ew. Thank you. I have a piece of fat stuck in my teeth. Ugh. Yay! Wee! Huh. I shall mute that, and I will add friend, Gotbread. Wait. Very cool.
Hello.
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 Hello. Bonjour.
Hallucin.
Sorry.
Microphone is working.
Yeah.
Is it
Yes. Okay. I can hear it. Perfect.
I hear
Oh,
you
wait.
through Zaretta's.
Yeah, I don't hear you through your actual mic. He hears you through me though.
Yeah. I mean, we have two mics in the same room, so
Okay. Yeah, his desk is right across from mine.
How?
now the question is,
Close.
which microphone is better? We can mute one of the one and use the other.
Okay.
So I want to hear about Subnautica and I want to learn about physics. I have some dead batteries laying around. I'll give them to you free of charge. Oh, God, I just got that.
Okay, I'm using that microphone now. And you can
Talking
see
to
me.
you,
Perfect.
Okay.
Woo!
So Subnautica
Yes.
started out with me on a ship, like
Cool.
a spaceship,
Yes.
and then outside the window, there's like this huge explosion of like
So you were
red
on a
flames and stuff.
you were on a escape pod at that time.
Yes.
So before you were in the escape pod, it was all black and it just showed the Subnautica logo, and you heard beep 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 beep, warning, get to escape pods. And then suddenly you're in the escape pod, you're sitting down, you're trying to get out.
Oh, right. Yeah. And then I get down on this planet, and it's all water.
Did you know that
And-
Earth is like 70% water?
I mean, I've been finding that out really quick. Yeah.
Well, so Earth is 70% water. So this planet is just called 150% Earth because it's 100% water.
Oh,
I'm joking.
So it's just.
I was gonna say, wait a minute. There's.
No, it's Earth plus 50% because it's just 100% water, all the whole planet.
Oh.
So you normally think that in a game a water level is typically pretty bad, but what if it's all water level? Yeah, it's probably pretty bad. But what if there are giant monsters? I mean, there's no giant monsters. I don't know what I'm talking about. But anyway, go
Well, I
on.
mean, there's big fish. I keep hearing about this Leviathan thing
No.
too.
Never happened. It's not real. Fake news. Go on.
Okay. Well, so I get dropped off in the water, and I'm in some little floaty device thing, and nothing works. So I have to like try to repair stuff.
Did you put out the
And
fire?
also like, yeah, I put out the fire.
Yay!
There's like this is stupid. Who makes these escape pods with loose stuff everywhere? Why would that even happen? There's like this piece of metal sheeting, and I was like, oh, that's stupid. Who would do that? That could hit someone right in the neck, and then it knocked me out. And I'm like, well,
So in the explosion, it actually came off the wall.
oh.
It wasn't just lying on the ground.
Okay, oh, okay.
Pull the lever.
He's like, I didn't spoil.
Anyway.
God damn it! Damn you.
Yeah, so I ended up putting out the fire, and eventually I got to repair some of it, and now,
Oh, you got the repair
Like-
tool. Nice.
yeah, I got the repair tool. I even went to the big ship thing that crashed in the ocean,
Wow.
and it's on fire, and I can't find anything, and I keep dying over there, so people are like, maybe you should try that later. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, I'll try that later then. So
So you got
I
the
tried
repair
twice.
tool. Question: Has
Yeah.
anything happened to the ship since you got out of the pod?
Oh, it definitely exploded again.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
and so these
Uh-huh.
people are apparently stranded in other places, but I think they're trying to run away from me because I can never find them. And every time I find their wreckage where they've gone, like, I search, I look inside of it, like, even though they're
Nobody
really
there?
deep. Yeah, there's nobody
Huh.
there.
They're probably playing a really aggressive game of hide and go seek.
Well, they need to stop it. They get eaten.
But where's the fun in that?
Got Brett, have you played that game?
Not yet, no. I've seen it a few times from several streamers. I've seen some YouTube video about it, but not played it myself.
I'm enjoying it.
Raw meat. So good. Cool. So, where, aside from the safe shallows, where else have you gone? Have you gone to the green area?
Oh, there's a magic mountain,
Mm-hmm.
and it has a teleporter in the middle. I was able to activate it,
What?
and yeah, so I found this floaty mountain thing, or this floaty cloud right above the water, and I
Yeah.
was looking at it, I was like, that looks weird. We should go take a look at it. And I already have the little jet
Sea
ski
glide.
thing. Sea glide, yeah. So I swim over there, and there's land.
Okay.
And so,
You're just swimming over the open ocean with a little like jet propelled sea glide.
yeah, I'm not afraid.
Oh, you. Thalassophobia.
Well- Yeah. So, yeah, everybody's
I'm not
like,
afraid. I'll just get eaten.
yeah, I don't care. Like, I like ocean stuff. I like the underwater stuff. I think it's so cool. Like, in World of Warcraft, I don't know if you played it, there's like a whole water level, and that was so fun. Like, I
Yeah,
loved
but
it.
when you're
And everyone's like, I
underwater
hate
in World of Warcraft, you can cast spells and shit. In reality,
I got a knife.
you can't cast "Leave Me Be, Tiger Shark."
it.
Be gone, shark.
Well, I get to this island, right? And there's like this huge monolith type thing. And
All the love, Jordan.
I found like these tablets everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I started unlocking certain doors with it. And I found another teleporter, but it's not lit. I can't figure out how to activate that one.
So it's not like cool or fire or hot. It's not lit,
mean,
yo.
I mean, it's of average temperature, I would say. It's very clean. There's nothing in there.
Oh, it's an Apple product. Got it.
Yeah, and then at the very top, I got there and there's this little device that like scared me,
Did it stab you?
and it stabbed me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it told me I had a virus. I'm infected. So
I mean,
I have an idea of what's going on, but let me tell you one more thing that happened. There was a rescue squad coming to get us, and it happened to be the rendezvous point at that island.
yeah.
And whenever they got there, they got shot down by that giant tower.
Skill issue.
So now I think there's more survivors or people who...
But you saw what
Like-
happened to the ship, right?
Well, I mean, there could have been escape pods for
It
them
only
too.
disintegrated. It's fine.
I mean, we survived.
Or,
So chances are it's the two.
Sure. It was also called
I'm
the
thinking
Sunbeam.
optimistically, I guess.
I'm betting they were hippies. They probably didn't have that much by the way of protection. They probably didn't
Yeah,
even carry
they're
a
just
knife.
transport, right?
Yeah, pretty much. No, there's
Every ship has, like,
there's some
big
really good lore to
transport.
this game. I'm really looking forward to when you find the jelly caves.
Redacted thing? Oh, I've already been in a couple big caves.
Did you go in one where purple was the primary theme?
No?
It was like a rave. You haven't been in the big caves yet then.
Ooh.
Thank you, Daddy, love you.
I'm looking forward to that. I just feel like I can't hold my breath for very long. Like, I have the big
Skill issue.
O2 tank, and then I have a rebreather. But I feel like it's still not enough to go further down.
Well, I mean, have you been scanning for technology? Like with your handheld scanner, have you looked around, found pieces of stuff, and scanned them?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Maybe I should go to the other sites again and just, like, look over them. I already went back to 2 of them just to make sure I was doing things right.
have you been to an area with red? Oh, actually, before that, have you tried to create a oxygen pump, an air pump, and pipes?
Yes.
Have you been able to successfully create one with pipes?
Yeah.
So you can actually make a series of pipes that go down very far and get yourself oxygen.
That would take a lot of metal, but I mean,
How much metal is 5 pipes? 5 pipes can get you down probably around 50 meters. And if it's like 2 titanium for pipes. Yeah.
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 Oh, actually, you know what? I think I have been to a big cave. Because it was pretty glowy. I had
Uh-huh.
to find survivors down there.
Did
And
you?
I found the... No, I didn't find them. Because, again, they're playing hide and seek.
Yeah.
And that's actually where I died the second time.
Have you
I
named
ran
any
out
of
of
the
oxygen.
creatures? Because they're real. They're like real creatures. Like they deserve
Yeah!
to be named.
Okay, so my favorite is the octopus people.
Okay.
Well, fish, the guys. Octopus fish. Apparently they teleport places. I was able to scan one.
Mm-hmm.
And, I like them, but they don't like me, so...
No, they don't. Have they given you a hug yet?
Am I supposed to?
Oh, wait, when you say they don't like you, what do you mean?
they try to kill me.
Oh, okay. So they have tried to give you a hug.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so that's a big one. Hugs by octopus people. Have you met the actual octopus people?
I did have kind of a scare moment with one of them, I think. When I went to the second island that I teleported to, I was just checking things out, and I went underneath the island because it's floating. And
Wait, you teleported to the floating island?
yeah, there's like a floating one, yeah.
Well, yeah, but there,
And
I don't. As far as I know, there's no teleporter on that floating island.
Yeah, it's in the middle.
There's a hole
then-
in the middle
Yeah, there's a hole in the middle too.
that reaches into the
But-
ocean.
Yeah. So if you go up through there,
Yeah.
like this lady, like
Pull the
this
lever,
clear-
Did she
Lever.
say? Did she say, "What are you"?
Yes, exactly. And I'm like, what are you?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool.
So
cool.
I'm guessing that was maybe an octopus lady.
She
Could be.
No comment. It's easy, Caspi Gonstrike.
Okay.
You just flip them upside down. Yeah, flip them upside down. Easy. 200-pound Mako coming at you. Just flip it upside down. Easy. Agreed.
So I have a hypothesis on everything that's happening.
Got has a hypotenuse. You have a hypothesis. Very cool.
Might have it even.
Yeah? He's writing stuff down. I think he might actually be writing it
Bird
out.
baby. Oh my god.
Anyway. Okay.
One
So,
like the example, yeah.
okay.
I'm looking forward to it. So go
Okay,
on.
so-
You're teleporting to places that I'd never heard of. Go carry on.
So I think there was an alien species. Well, definitely that's 100% the case on this island. Or
I mean, technically,
or
you're the
whatever
alien
realm.
species, but go on.
well, yeah, technically. Okay, so they're so far advanced. They've got like weapons that can kill galaxies, and they've got this special weaponry. And I think what may have happened was that they created the virus. That's what I'm thinking. And whenever people get infected, if they die, they become part of the island or the planet. And
In
the
what way?
reason
Like
why-
rocks? Like they turn into
I
mushrooms?
don't know. It's so ominous because
Because that's
there's been
Bowser's plan
one-
in Mario. He turned everybody into mushrooms. Like legit.
Okay,
If you legit. If you look at the original Mario game, Bowser turned the population of the Mushroom Kingdom into mushrooms, and that's the Goombas, the Koopas. Well, not the Koopas, but like all the blocks that you're breaking, straight up mushrooms, straight up people. You're killing people. Good job.
really?
Yeah, like in the book. Let me look this up. Let me pull up the actual like speech of it. There's this whole thing about Bowser has turned everybody into mushrooms, and your job is to reverse the spell or whatever. Bowser mushroom turn. All right, so that's a Bowser mushroom. So Bowser, first Mario fought. Yeah, okay. So in his first appearance, release-wise, Bowser enacts a plot to conquer the Mushroom Kingdom by turning its citizens into inanimate objects such as brick blocks, and capturing Princess Peach so he can't undo this curse with her magic.
Well,
He used inanimate objects like bricks, stones, and plants. So all the bricks that you're breaking to get your stars and shit. Bye, citizen.
Dang. Killing people at a young age, I guess.
Oh, all ages. He's indiscriminate.
Now the
Oh, no, I meant me when I was playing it.
that
Oh,
plant
yeah.
trying to snap you all the time. Is that doing it on purpose or like is it cursed?
The flower that comes
Yeah,
out of the
this
tube.
flower.
I don't know. I mean, it is a plant, so it's probably someone.
Hey, dragon.
Because if it is a plant, it deserves it.
Yeah?
I mean, what are plants but slow moving people who are solar powered?
Solar powered.
I mean, we're all solar powered in some way or another.
I'm just looking forward to the day when you get the next piece of technology in Subnautica. Like, wait, you did all of this, including the whole Sunbeam arc, all of this in your first stream? Is
Yeah.
this the first day you played it today?
Oh no, wait, the Sunbeam happened today. But everything else up until that was yesterday.
Okay, you died a lot at the Aurora yesterday.
No,
Right.
I only died twice.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, that's actually pretty good. So, have you when the explosion happened, you got a note from your PDA that you can go back and reread the notes if you want to. But a note from the PDA
Yeah.
saying local radiation is increasing. If not dealt with, the Aurora's radiation leak will kill a lot of things in the next 24 hours or something like that. You also
did
gained.
that.
You gained 2 pieces of technology: the lead suit and lead gloves, and lead helmet.
Yeah, I already made them.
Oh, okay. So, all right, you're good. Vincent, what? Bullshit. You've played it. You've guided me through that. What are you talking about? You lies. You're a god.
Wait,
at
should I not be
Subnautica.
talking about it then? Because
What?
if he plans on playing it,
No,
then I
no,
don't
no, no.
wanna
This
ruin
is a
anything.
this is a spoiler zone. Everybody's spoiled, except for the fact that
Vincent.
I'm not telling you about the octopus
Okay,
people.
yeah, don't
Oh,
kill me. Don't
shit.
kill me. Yeah.
Uh-oh, you said it.
Wait, I was talking. I didn't hear him. What did he say? Oh no, I don't want to hear it. Anyway,
It's
my
different. Subnautica.
hypothesis. So these people are turning into something. There's this one guy that was on the island, on the floating island, and he said
All right,
that his parents died and they became part
part
of
of the ecosystem.
yeah, the ecosystem. And then he seemed okay to die too.
Do you know
And
what
so
that
I'm like,
means,
okay.
though? Do you know what part of the ecosystem means?
No?
So ecosystem is essentially the circle of life. So if someone becomes part of the circle of life, think about it as if a food chain. If you're not the top of the food chain, then you are part of the food chain. I mean, you're top of the food chain. You're still part of the food chain, but
Okay, well, what about
yeah.
the second message then?
Yeah.
Because there's another guy that says, I can't wait to get out of this body, and he's like crashing, and he's like, I can't wait to be out of this fleshy prison so I can go back to something else. I forgot what he said.
Yeah,
But that made me think, like, hey, he's ready to die. He wants to go back to be part of this biome or whatever.
if you reread that, fully listen, you can go back and re-listen to it or reread it. What he said, it was like, it was an inversion on the biblical
Lord's Prayer?
Lord's
Yeah.
Prayer. Yeah, it's like forgive my indulgences as I forgive those who have indulged with me. And it's basically all about self-satisfaction. The entirety of their religion in this universe or in this time period is a corporatized self-indulgence. Essentially, you'll find other things in the future which are not consequential to the plot, so I'm okay with talking to you about them, that basically will discuss relationships as business transactions. And they will outright say, if somebody else offers a better product, I am obliged to choose the better product over what you are offering. Basically saying, if someone else has, a better time for me, I'm going to dump you.
Oh, dang.
And
Okay.
so this guy was essentially the culmination of that, the pinnacle of that kind of mentality of
Pull the
this
lever.
religion is all about. God damn it! I'm sorry, guys. This religion is all about self-serving and self-indulgence, and when I die, I become one with the energy of the universe that is a fuel of pleasure, essentially.
Okay.
I actually kind of want to look up
Wait,
what
I
that
was
guy
kind of
said.
hoping it'd be some sort of Avatar thing. Maybe it still will. We'll see.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Subnautica is just, what was it called? Log. All right, Jockey Kassar. Yeah, here we go. So his PDA is no, this isn't. Here we go. Yeah. My creators, cherishers, the sustainers of world, give me this day my daily pleasures as I give to those who seek pleasures from me. Show me the path, the life, the truth, the love, for mine is the power. I am the one, on and off and on again. Life is a game which the universe plays with itself. I am done playing with this bundle of flesh. Return me.
Language.
Yeah, that's
you guys
exactly.
can. You were
yeah.
hearing me. You didn't have to see it. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, that's this game. Oh man, I don't want to spoil anything from a plot perspective, but this game, if you read into it, honestly, I love the theories that you're crafting. Don't stop crafting these theories because like you're not you might not be far off in terms of how you perceive it. And same thing with like, especially with the octopus people, they actually do like your words, octopus people, they are part of it. Keep an eye on this planet and the things. Okay, tell me this: how many different threads have you identified from a narrative perspective?
I think 3.
Don't be around a Thursday.
There's like 3
Okay.
different sets of people. One I'm almost sure has perished because he crash landed by the big boat.
Okay.
Unless he's in the boat, and I keep dying there, so I don't know. He could still be in there.
So when you say what, so there's 3 different sets of people. Define
Yeah.
those sets.
So one is a male, and he's alone.
Mm-hmm.
And he keeps calling over the radio and says he eventually goes by the main ship. And he says, if you don't find me on the ship, then that means I underestimated how far I had to go or swim on my own. And he mentioned the Leviathan thing, whatever that is. I'm guessing it's some big eel fish monster.
So this is someone that you got from a log from. Let's. So you know the word Altera. What does that mean to you?
I know nothing about Altera.
I do.
Unless
Chris.
it's something that you know what? I don't know anything about it.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
And then there's another one,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the people on the floating island. And that's the one who was okay with dying, and his parents were dying or dead.
Right. That's oh God, what's his name?
16.
Paul
I
Torgal,
don't
I believe, is
remember
his dad's name.
Tortle?
Torgal, Torgal.
Oh, Tortle. Okay.
Paul Torgal is the captain of the vessel. I'm not gonna say anything. Bart Torgal is his son. Okay, Bart is the one who was like, Margaret and father have become part of this great ecosystem. I can feel myself fading fast.
Yep.
Yep.
That's the one.
Yeah. So the funny thing is,
They went too deep somewhere.
yeah,
I don't know what happened.
they do not want us down there. Was one of the things he
exactly.
said. Yeah. His logs are great. The last log, God, where is it?
That's the only log I've found of his so far, so I don't know what else happens to him.
Paul Torgal logs. I want to look up because I want to look up his last one because I do want to read it, and I want to sort of like, I'm not going to explain it. This is up to you to interpret, but I want to.
Wouldn't that mean that I know when he dies? Whenever I read that, if you read it to me?
Well, you already heard it, so I'm only rereading what you've already heard.
Okay.
So the when you read that or heard it, oh man, where Paul Torgal's log. Fuck. I want to say these words out loud.
Pull the lever,
Shit.
drunk.
4 years, damn. Yes, I need to talk to not sea bases. in order. Here we go. All voice logs. I want them written, damn it. Gas. Floating island. Here we go. Interior, main base. You've already been here. And what did the base look like on the island, the floating island?
Well, there's technically 3 bases on there.
Uh-huh.
One on each mountain, and then one kind of in the valley in the middle, and that's where I found his.
So describe to me the overall condition of the base.
Oh, it's messed up.
Uh-huh.
It's fallen apart. Like, it looks like rocks fell on it. This is the one with the little garden next to it. At least I think that was the one.
So it looks like it hasn't been maintained in a long time.
Yeah. Like, he's not there anymore. There's definitely no one over there.
So here's the final log from Bart Torgal. This is the first time I've seen sunlight in months. After all that time in the deep, I've been dreaming of it. Now that I'm back here, I'm finding it hard to enjoy alone. Father was right. We shouldn't have never left this place. We shouldn't have gone so deep. They do not want us down there. Despite my best efforts, ill health has taken hold of me. The visions are getting worse. Marguerite and Father are now part of this ecosystem of this incredible planet. It's reassuring to know that when I go, I'll join them. Until then, well, there's always the view. So that indicates that he hasn't seen sunlight in months. So what does that mean for this person?
Wait, but he'd also said that at least he can see the sunset. Yeah. So he was down there for a long time then.
Yeah.
So he was probably on a base or something.
So you found several different what do you call it, logs in that area.
Yeah, I can't remember the other ones.
So
I'll have to look at them.
The other ones are Paul and Marguerite and Bart. Paul is the like Scottish sounding older guy who's like,
Yeah.
This island is a godsend. Look out the window. No predators, fresh food, and no bill.
Yeah, and then
Marguerite.
there's like this testy woman that's like
that's Marguerite.
always trying to fight up.
She's his bodyguard. She's his security, and
Okay.
she's basically a survivalist who knows like how to survive on her own basically. And no building
That's 'cause
materials.
he's being bossy.
Nothing left of the ship, and your kid says we're gonna starve without more grow beds. Speak up, kid. It's true, Father. The natural growth rates are too slow to keep supporting us. All I'm saying, the ocean's got us surrounded. No use hiding it. Sooner or later, we'll get our feet wet. The rest of your life may have been a fight, Maida, but I've made my decision. You want to forfeit your emergency pay to go take a swim? Go ahead. Believe me, I'm thinking on it. So that's the first one, and then you hear the next one is down in the main base, and it's Paul saying, "Son, I said wait for the storm to pass. Your life's more valuable to me than that plant patch. You stopped being in charge when the ship you were captaining sunk. I'll stop being in charge when you take charge yourself. Say, Chief, what? Do you know how to drain those grow beds of 40 tons of stormwater or conjure food out of thin air? I know how to prioritize. I'm just saying. If that's so, what's your boy's life going to be worth to you today? If tomorrow, when you're going to be so hungry you start wondering what it tastes like. Let's let him go deal with the plants. Son, go ahead and deal with the plants." He leaves the habitat. "Interfere with my family again, and when rescue arrives, I will leave you here. You understand me? No rescue coming, Chief. Not in time. And no staying here either. Rain keeps falling. Sooner or later, this place will be buried. Only chance we got is whether we gonna be buried with it." So basically, at this point, they're coming to the terms with the fact that they can't keep living on the island and survive.
Yeah, they were like overeating stuff. Like the stuff doesn't grow as fast as they can eat. Or yeah, the growth cycle is slower from what I understood.
It's not, so it wasn't enough. Basically, imagine you had a small window garden that could grow like 5 tomatoes a week. That would be okay if you had like 200 of them, right? Like 200 of those gardens. But if you only have enough space for 5, then you're not going to be able to grow enough food for yourself or anyone else, really. So what they were running into was that the grow beds that they had were growing food at a rate that was unsustainable to their eating habits, or enough to, it wasn't enough to generate enough calories for them to live on. So what they said was, we're going to have to, you know, dive deeper to find something that will support us. And at some point you'll learn more of the story.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, they should have just went out and fished, because there's a ton of fish out there. I've been catching them.
Yeah, there are.
Even those little bloodsuckers, they come right to you.
Oh God, I hate those. Those are my like, of everything in that game, that's my biggest fear. Those fucking leeches.
Really?
Oh God, I hate the idea of anything under my skin. That's why mosquitoes, wasps, stuff like that. Ugh.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the movie The Mummy, where they had like these
Oh
scariest-
yeah,
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's gross. Yeah.
that's such a
Oh,
good
and
movie.
stuff comes out of their ears and nose and stuff. That's gross.
Mm-hmm.
There are worse things down there. I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
I want to make friends with the octopus people. Those are my people.
Without getting into any detail, I will say that that is an option.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. No details.
Okay.
Cool. So, on to theoretical physics.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step out because I've got to sleep.
All right, go sleep. Love you. You're amazing. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye. Wait, do you still have your mic?
I can switch to my mic, yeah.
Okay.
So we're switching over.
Is it stream
Okay,
over?
yeah.
No.
No, it's just like she's switching.
No, you're still not lighting up. It doesn't recognize your mic.
Oh, hang on.
Sorry, Zaretta, you can't leave. You gotta stay here. Be
okay.
a microphone relay.
Yes.
No, you're deafened now.
Yeah, you're deaf.
Oh yeah. All right.
Test.
Yay!
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, my mistake. It was on push to talk.
I gotcha.
That explains things. Okay, physics.
Yes.
So, your situation I've drawn it out on paper, and it checks out. It works. So, spoiler ahead. So basically, you said you have some object flying at you at a high speed.
Mm-hmm.
With 0.5 speed of light.
Right.
And it emits some photons forward, right?
Yes.
Now, there are two perspectives. There's the perspective from the object itself, what itself sees about itself, and how the photon flies forward at 1c, and how you see the object, and the photon emitted also at 1c, right? And you're asking how can these both views be consistent with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So, I have prepared something.
Let me pull up Paint, because this is going to make no sense either way. So,
Yes.
all right. So let's pull up Paint. Boop. And whoop. I move my.
Can you see my camera?
I can see your camera. Yes.
It's a bit blurry, but that's
It's a little bit blurry, but yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it's like not like a macro camera. Okay, so I've drawn out the general idea. So you have your local frame. You have some object. I draw like a rocket because it's always like a space thingy.
Mhm.
It emits like a photon. It's like a little wave here with C moving forward. And here's the first important part. When you say like you wanna like measure the speed or like position of something, you can only ever do in relativity like a local measurement. You can only ever figure out the object is right here. You can't say the object is like a kilometer away from me because it's like a distant measurement, which means you need to like somehow communicate this information, because the information isn't instantaneous. The information also needs like time to travel. So you can only ever see the object is here right now, but you can never see the object is in like 100 miles, because that information takes their time from 100 miles to get to me. So what you usually do, like you imagine you have like this ruler in front of you attached to the rocket, and you can measure, for example, it takes like 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, 4 ticks. So each time it passes like your sensor, for example, it can give you like a message like, yep, it passed right here. But you can never, for example, sit here in the front and see it passed. Yes, yeah, you, by the way, this is like the drunky frame. This is you. I draw you here on the side. So, for example, let's say the photon hits you. This information takes time to go back to the rocket. So you can never get like an instantaneous measurement. The measurement is always delayed by some amount. So this is a very important thing, and part of the resolution as well.
Right.
Okay. So, let's look at the first example. The first example is the object looks at itself, like let's say like a small capness inside here. And one part of relativity is you never see yourself different. Because why would you? That should also make philosophical sense. Anything happening to you also changes the perspective of what's happening to you, which compensates again. For example, if your time is running slower, then your clock runs slower, which means the clock you're measuring your own clock with is also running slower, so you see no difference.
And I think there's
Right.
only one case where that breaks, and that's specifically in the event horizon of a black hole, at which point the gravitational effects on various parts of your body are so different that time moves differently for every part. But that's like,
Yes.
Black holes, that you can't use that as an example. They break physics. So
in all weird, funny things, but just because you brought up this example, the reason this is problematic, because when you say, for example, like the body, the feet usually get more acceleration than your head, for example, like typical effects. But this already is a non-local measurement, because you're comparing 2 different points from each other.
Right.
And on the planet, there's not a problem, because they're like close enough so you can say, yeah, they're the same point. But if the black hole is like so strong that these points are that much further closer, it's no longer a local measurement. Yeah.
Right. The gravitational changes happen so quickly over such a small space that every point is counted as its own point, every atom.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because the differences are like so vast. And of course, you can always make a smaller scale. You can, for example, say I'm looking at 2 atoms next to each other. You consider them local, but at some point they get even so close that even they're not local anymore.
Right.
So, like, it's consistent. It's just like you have to like diligently count what's local and non-local. Yeah.
Like technically right now, as we're standing on Earth, our feet and our head are experiencing different levels of gravity, but it's so minimal of a difference. It isn't relevant to our calculations.
Yes. But the amazing thing is, this is a true effect, and we actually have measured this effect. We have done this with 2 atomic clocks, one on the ground, one like a few
In the
meters
space
above.
station. Oh, okay. Because I know we did one in the
Even
space
on the
station.
ground.
Yeah.
I know on a space station, but even on like local ground, you can do this, like 2 atomic clocks. And like the lower one sends a signal to the upper one, and the upper one detects like a slightly different frequency. And the amazing part is, because I sometimes love how physical effects are commercialized, this effect is being used to measure the local gravity extremely precisely.
That's pretty
And
cool.
there was one, like the scientist who built this device, this was like in the winter somewhere, they had like a lot of snow on the roof, and they could measure the gravity effect of the snow on the roof, because once the snow melted, this added mass was gone, like all this water on the roof was gone. So they measured like a slightly different gravitational effect on the light beam. So they were like a slightly different time. So they could actually tell melting of snow on the roof just by looking at the difference in atomic clocks, which is honestly fascinating.
That is fascinating. And yeah, the localized effects of different masses and the effect on of gravity on the essentially the space around them, tested with atomic clocks, is insanely interesting.
Yes.
That is cool.
And right now, these devices actually are used, for example, commercially to find oil reserves under the ground, or like find iron ore deposits, because they change local gravity.
That is
so they
cool.
go around
Yeah,
with
they
little
changed the
clocks.
mass. It's essentially a
without
mass
drilling,
spectrometer, but without actually having to have contact.
Exactly. And this is just genius, in my opinion. Like, this
Yeah,
is
agreed.
amazing. Okay, so let's get back to our problem at hand. So we have our object, which, like, it's moving fast, but itself it doesn't know it's moving fast, because relatively
Right, from its
it's standing
perspective,
still.
you're moving fast.
Exactly. So Drunky here over here would be moving with 0.5 C.
Mm-hmm.
So some things to note. First of all, itself sees its own measurement device at the same length, like nothing has changed. I'm just saying like 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, 4 ticks.
Mm-hmm.
The units don't really matter here. It's like meters, yards, feet, whatever. Point is, the units are known and we can calculate like 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, and so on and so on. So our photon moves with speed c. Seen as our local perspective, because everything, like photons always move with c. And our local time runs with 100% because, well, that's kind of obvious, because once you measure time with yourself, then of course you get the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like in a video game, even if the video game is lagging, of course the in-game clock, even if it's slowed down,
Continues
still
on,
shows the same. Exactly, yeah. So this effect always compensates itself. Now, the same thing as seen by you looks a tiny bit different. Now, this is the Drunky frame. You're still over here in a safe distance, but you see a few things. So first of all, you see the rocket is now moving at 0.5 C at your direction. I would recommend going out of the way because this is quite fast.
Yeah. Let's say
photon,
that it's a light year away. That way we have half a year to move out of the way. Essentially,
we have some time to
So, for some reason we have it's a light year away, but we have a telescope powerful enough to actually see its. We can check on its position every so often. So essentially, we're going to see its after image, like the light traveling to us, and it are traveling relative not the same speed, but way closer than normal things. So we're going to see its progress at. It's going to look like it's moving half the speed that it actually is, because the light arriving at us is arriving only twice as fast as it is arriving.
We come to this point. But basically, yes, like we're far away, we're observing it. We're like in a safe distance, but we can still observe it. The important thing is it doesn't accelerate. It just like drifts through space, because once you put acceleration into stuff, you go from special relativity to general relativity,
absolutely, yeah.
Which is like a bit
Well,
more messy.
It's moving at the same speed constantly. Yes.
Okay, so
Relative to us.
Relative to us, 0.5 C coming to us. Now the photon emitted is also at C, because it's always C for the photon, right? So this is the established postulate. Now, some things to note. It looks a bit squished. If you look close, you see the rocket is a bit drawn, not to proportion, but it's a bit squished. And so is the ruler. Why is that happening? Length contraction. One of the effects of relativity is objects at high speeds are actually a bit shorter. And this looks weird at first, but this is an actual effect measured. And at like extremely high speeds, for example, particle accelerators at CERN, when they shoot their proton beams at 0.9999999 C or something, the atoms are basically pancakes, because they're like that flattened.
Okay, so
Which is fun to think about.
From its perspective, it looks normal. From our perspective, it looks shrunken. So it's not actually changing its physical dimensions. The space that it occupies has changed. Correct?
It actually changes the dimensions. You actually have an effect of contraction and elongation when it like accelerates or decelerates.
But wouldn't that affect its molecular structure, and anything within it would then be chemically affected?
Yes, and this is the amazing part. Yes, it does affect this, but at the same time, because the processes are also affected, once again, this compensates again. So this is actually a great question. So let's say, let me draw like a side schematic here. Let's say you have like a normal atomic lattice, like some nuclei next to each other. Let's say you have like a normal like metal lattice. You have some little like crystal structures. That could be anything. It could be like iron. It could be like something in your plastic.
Right. We can just
whatever.
say for ease of use, carbon, like diamond.
Carbon is always good. Yeah, let's take good old carbon. Carbon is always like a nice thing. Nice little carbon grid here.
Yeah.
So,
I was looking at what you drew, and I was like, yeah, that looks pretty carbonish.
Could be. I always think of like silicon or iron, but
Graphite,
I think carbon
yeah.
is fine.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Atomic lattice, yes, sir. So what's going on here? Like if this thing is at rest, each atom has a certain like attractive force to the next atom, and there's like this perfect zone where like it keeps the neighboring atom.
I want to pause for just a second. So atomic lettuce is the best side dish to what? Nuclear pasta.
Nuclear pasta.
Yes. Yep. Oh, I love you. Oh my God, you're amazing. Anyway, go on.
We are scarily amazing and similar sometimes, which is
love it.
But yeah, so now basically what's happening if you look at like two atoms, they have like a certain attractive force and a certain like repulsion force. And if you like draw this, for example, let's say you have like x-axis, here's your distance between two nuclei, here's your energy between two nuclei. They have like a certain like perfect amount where they want to like sit. If they're like too close, then they start repelling each other, and they kind of like, hey, get away from me, and they push each other away. If they're too far away,
They attract.
and I see like it's kind of blurry, but you can still see like this like dip basically. If they're too far away, they can get can still get closer without getting repulsed. And there's like this perfect distance where like two atoms like to sit from each other. And that's the reason why nuclei or molecules are stable. Like they have a certain distance away.
So this is not related to the strong and weak nuclear forces, but magnetism. There was actually something I saw recently where somebody put a strong magnet, a permanent magnet, within a ring of another permanent magnet, and they attracted to each other because of they were flipped from the polar standpoint. And then they put another magnet close to them, and they got it to a certain distance, and then it was both attracted and repelled at the same time. It's called stable levitation. They were able to have it float above the magnet, and it was stably levitating because it was attracted and repelled simultaneously. Which reminds me very much of what you just said.
Exact same video, yeah.
Oh, I love it! Oh my god!
Again, it's sometimes a bit scary, like how similar everything is. But yes, I've seen a very same video, and the way this works is because you have several forces overlapping. You have basically, and I can also like quickly draw this out. I'm running out of paper here, but I think you get the idea. You have at like one point you have like a weak but slowly declining force, but you also have like a very let's say like a second graph here. Like this force is like weak, but it's like reaches very far. You have a second force, very strong, but drops very quickly as well. And if you overlap them, there's like this perfect zone where in the beginning this is too strong, like this pushes away.
Yeah.
But eventually this other force, it's not as strong, but it has like, because of the greater spacing between the magnets, has like a further reach. So at some point this force dominates, and there's like this happy zone in between where both distances are just perfectly canceling each other out. And it works, yeah. And ironically, atoms work very much like this. Because you don't have like points attracting each other, you have like this entire nucleus cloud attracting each other.
Right.
So if you actually run a calculation, like each electron to each other electron, they're like tiny little magnets, and there's like this one perfect zone. There's not just like one curve, but like millions of them which overlap, and they give this overall structure where you get like this half attraction, half repulsion.
That's cool.
So it's actually in an interesting sense the very same effect. Not necessarily with magnets, but with electrostatics.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Exactly, and that's what I was saying. It's like instead of these strong and weak nuclear forces, it's the force of magnetism that has the same but different. I wonder if gravity could, because as far as we are aware, aside from the theory of dark matter, there is no gravitational force that repels. There's only gravitational force that essentially warps space in such a way that it causes bodies to attract. So the theory is that what is causing the universal expansion is something form of dark matter, but we don't really have a term for it as far aside from dark matter, which is, I feel, not really expressive of what it actually is. But
you mean dark energy, right?
Dark energy, correct? Yeah, not dark matter. My bad.
Yeah, and it is just like physicists are bad at naming. Both things are very different. It's just like we don't know it, so it's called dark. Similar to Metal Prime 2, like everything is dark ether. So, to quickly go on this topic, dark energy is the yet unknown reason why stuff is expanding.
Exactly.
We know it's expanding, we just don't know why, but we put like a name on it.
So basically, we see all of the bodies in the universe, and from our understanding of gravity, you would assume that as you know, over time, they would either slow or begin to attract to each other because gravity. But we're seeing them accelerate and expand. I'm just saying this for people who are watching. We're seeing them accelerate their expansion of the universe, which indicates that there is some force acting upon all of the bodies. Which my theory is that we're actually in a giant fishbowl, and the gravity of the glass around the edge is attracting us. That's it. Sorry. I mean, who knows? That might actually be that actually, like, I was joking, and I was like, wait, actually, that's not unsound. Anyway, go on.
If you call it the dark fishbowl, it's an actual physical.
There, now it's a physics theorem. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, so basically, what happens in our lattice? Each little particle attracts
Yes.
the next particle at like a certain force. Now, let's say the thing moves at a very high speed. Then your actual physical lattice, like the one where all chemical reactions happen in, for example, also gets squished by the same effect. So your carbon lattice suddenly looks like this one. Now, it's very important, it's only squished in the direction of travel. Like we're moving in this direction, it is only squished in this direction.
That was my next question.
other
Was
direction-
was what plane is it squished in? It's only in the direction
is-
of velocity. Okay.
Yes, correct. And one might wonder, like, how does that even work out? What happens to all the chemical processes? Well, it turns out, and this is actually, you got like a perfect way to. Let me quickly draw this out here. I need like a new paper here. Hang on 1 second.
No, you're good. I'm gonna. I can still hear you and I can still talk to you, but I'm gonna grab another margarita.
Oh yeah,
I
good
need a
idea.
little alcohol for this.
That's reasonable. Yeah, that makes things go easier. Okay, so I have to quickly go into the all-loved photon clock. Now, what is the photon clock? The photon clock is the way to understand all of these effects and also like to derive them. And it turns out if you just look at the photon clock, the very simplest clock you can ever have, you can derive all of special relativity. Like, it's that simple. That's a nice thing. So, what is the photon clock? The photon clock, let's say you have a mirror. Kind of hard to like hold the camera at the same time, but we're getting through it. So you have two mirrors. One mirror is here, one mirror is here. And between them, you have like a photon. Doesn't matter like a ball or like a wave, but basically like it bounces up and down, basically. And it's maybe like a bit too bright here. That works better. So, and basically each time the photon hits the mirror, you count like one more pulse, like tick, 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 tick.
Sure.
Very simple clock-keeping device. And I mean, if you know the distance, you can calculate the time. So basically, each time it ticks, like you move one frame forward in your clock. And this is not just the way you can build a clock. This is also how every chemical process works, because every single force, every single electromagnetic force, strong force, weak force of them are based on exchange particles, bosons, which travel between the particles and exchange this very force. So all interactions can be basically narrowed down to this photon clock model.
So a boson is an exchange particle?
Yes. For example,
I've never heard of that. Like, I know I've heard the term boson. I've never known what it actually does or is.
okay, so and I love how we like keep stacking abstraction layers till we get to like the main point.
That's the best form of conversation, is one with many layers and tangents.
Exactly. This is like, but the rabbit hole goes deep.
Yes.
But don't worry, like it's still comprehensible. So basically, you have normal particles.
Okay.
Let's say, for example, like the good old quarks and protons, everything. Like here's your normal particle,
They have spin.
and here's not. They have spins. They have isospins. They have other properties. They have charges. They have the weak hypercharge. They have like a ton of things for particle physics. But let's just keep it pretty simple. So basically, what happens? These are, for example, fermions, which you know is like the normal matter stuff, like the stuff you can basically touch and everything. Quarks, protons, whatever. And they can, like, how do they feel that there's another particle next by? Like, how do they know that there's something else? Well, turns out they emit countless tiny little particles everywhere, which we then just call like the field. But if you like actually break it down, it's like a bunch of tiny little bosons. And each boson basically carries a certain, let's say, property with them. That could be, for example, energy, that could be momentum, that could be charge, a bunch of stuff to basically make this other particle feel, oh, there's another particle next by, so I have to do something. Classical example, you have like two protons, both are like positively charged, and they emit, in this case, the boson of the electromagnetic force is also the photon, so they actually exchange photons as well. Yes, they can do more than just light, they can like do all of the stuff. And basically what happens, all of these little photons here convey this force between each other, and this particle feels, there's like this force coming from the left side, repels to the right side, and this particle also emits a bunch of tiny little bosons, which then make this particle feel, oh, I have to go to the other side. And this is how, on a very low level, forces actually get exchanged.
So the particle on the right moves to the right. Let's just say something acted upon it and caused it to move. So you're saying
Yes.
the reason why it impacted or had any impact on the particle to the left is because they both had a positive charge, or is it just because the one on the right moved to the right?
So basically, the charge of the particle affects what kind of exchange particles it emits. And we can now go into details how it actually looks like physically, but basically, the positive charge means it emits certain, like it emits like this, like the little particle it emits has like a certain internal spin, which then causes the other particle to be repulsed. And in a sense, all what charge is the label we gave a particle depending on what it emits. For example, if it emits nothing, we say it's neutral. If it emits like a left-handed one, we say it's positive. If it emits like a right-handed one, we call it like a negative particle. Because
So-
think about it, you never actually measure the charge. You only ever measure, oh, this thing repels from something.
So this looks a lot like nuclear forces, given that it's in dealing with particles and stuff like that. However, it also seems like magnetic forces, which is another force of the universe.
Yes.
Would this be a magnetic force or an atomic force or both?
Very good question. Answer, yesn't. So this basically, we're looking at a static picture here. So basically the same picture applies. I just draw like plus and minus right now. So like we just call this now the electromagnetic force. Right now this would only be the electrostatic force. So just like electric fields, no magnetics just yet. Once they start moving, then you get moving charges and then you also get magnetic effects.
Okay.
And the amazing thing is, the circle will close later on because it turns out magnetic forces are actually fictitious. They're just the same thing as electric forces,
That's what-
just seen through a moving frame.
That's absolutely what I thought. My understanding of magnetic forces is essentially it is the culmination of electromagnetic forces on tiny bodies or atoms that we see from a standpoint of an object made of those atoms.
Yes.
Interesting.
And ironically, you can actually calculate, if you don't actually assume the magnetic force as being like the primary thing, if you just say, okay, I have charges repelling each other electrostatically, and you want to see what happens if these charges start moving, then you realize because of the length contraction, I can't find my paper, it's somewhere here buried in like 3 layers of stuff, but the same length contraction, which makes your rocket appear a tiny bit smaller, also makes the force you experience a tiny bit smaller. Now, you could either explain this discrepancy with the full relativity theory and just go, yeah, this is like the reduced effect of the electrostatic forces. Or you could say, next to the normal forces, I feel a second force, which is depending on the speed. And this is exactly what magnetism basically is.
I was just about to make a joke about Star Wars and how every time they went to hyperspeed, this stuff happened. But funny thing is, that's actually not the case, right? I don't think they actually went to hyperspeed. They technically moved to another dimension during that transit. They're not actually, like, they're basically creating a wormhole and moving through that. They're not actually moving at the speed of light or whatever within the galaxy, as far as I understand.
Yes, because that would still take them forever to get from A to B. Because
Right.
if you, like, 100 light years away, even if you move at the speed of C,
It's gonna
however
take
you will
years.
achieve that,
Yeah.
it still takes you 100 years to get there. So
All you have to do is raise
whatever
the
they
speed of light.
use-
Easy.
Whatever they use, they cheat somewhere. Yeah,
They
but-
use
but
the force
basically
to
that's it,
raise
yeah.
the speed of light so that a light year actually takes a minute.
Obviously,
Mhm,
yeah. And ironically, and this is just like food for thought. I'm not actually like, this takes us another hour to discuss, but basically the same effect, how basically electrostatics causes magnetism if you move at high speeds, because suddenly your like velocity changes the effect. The same happens to all forces. It's only noteworthy really with electromagnetism because that's been like see it the most here in everyday life. But it also happens to gravity. So in a sense, and there's something called graviomagnetism, which is the very same effect applied to gravity. So if you ever wanna like go down a rabbit hole, that thing exists, that thing works, and it kinda can repel a bit. Just as some food for thought.
Interesting.
And there's an amazing video on graviomagnetism on YouTube. I can send you if you want.
Yeah,
which explains
I'd love
exactly
that.
great detail. Like the overall effect is still attractive, but it kind of shields it a tiny bit. Instead of like the full attraction, you get like 0.9 attraction, and then the difference is explained by this extra effect. And you can pick if you call it magnetism or just like reduced attraction via static forces. Same effect.
And we like to slot it all into a little box where we have a technically four universal forces. You get gravitation, magnetism, strong and weak atomic forces. But like, just because we have four that we understand doesn't mean that that's all that there are. It doesn't mean that that's all that there, you know, our understanding shifts every day with more observation. So
correct. And the thing about this, I mean, basically, what is a force in physics? The moment you exchange some particles between something and get like a second reaction, for example, that's when you can already call it a force. So by that measure, there is already a fifth force you are familiar with without knowing it. For example, you know the strong force, the strong nuclear force. This force holds, like, for example, a proton together, like internally it holds the quarks together. But you also know, for example, let's say in oxygen, for example, you have protons and neutrons. What binds the neutrons to the protons? Why doesn't this thing fall apart? Turns out that's not necessarily a strong force, but that's a residual effect of the strong force, where part of the strong force effects bleed out of the nucleus into the next one and cause an overall attraction force.
Okay.
Like, it's still the same fundamental origin, so you can call it the same force, but because it affects different scales and works differently and has different attraction and repulsion properties, it's sometimes called the fifth force the nuclear residual force, because again, it's the same fundamental property, but it looks different on that scale. So
okay, so I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that much what the strong and weak forces are. The strong force you've just described is essentially the force that binds the particles together as an individual particle.
Yes.
What is the
to
weak
be
force?
example? So, okay, the weak force is kind of complicated. Basically, what happens? Let me quickly go into. So, I need really like a camera holder or something. Oh, that works. So, what is the strong force? To have, for example, a proton, and you have here. Can you see that, guys? Yep, we can see a proton. So, what is a proton made of? You have two up quarks, if I remember
One down
particle
quark,
physics
yeah.
correctly, and one down
It's
quark.
3.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, we have named this thing +1 charge. So this is now defined as +1 charge. So these ones now have like 2/3, 2/3, 1/3 charge. It's a bit of a, like, we should have scaled the entire thing by 3, so we get like nice lower numbers, but we're stuck with numbers now, so that's it. So basically what happens is each of these, like for example, gravity has 1 charge. Everything attracts. There's only like, everything comes together, there's like no repulsion, at least not statically. Electromagnetism has 2 charges, plus and minus. The strong force has 3 charges. You can call it A, B, C. We usually call it like red, green, and blue. Like, that's where like all the color terms come in. They're not red, green, and blue, but we just need some.
Right.
System
We
with
need
3
a
different
distinction to be able to comprehend it.
Exactly. And basically and I'm simplifying a lot here. Like, this is not actually how it works, but very simplified way. Red repulses red. Same thing, like repulse each other. But red attracts blue, red attracts green, blue attracts green, and all that other things. And what we end up with, like in the static configuration, is, for example, if this thing were, let's say, red, this is green, this is blue, for example, red would be attracted to blue, blue would be attracted to green, and red would be attracted to green. And this is how they all hold together. This is the picture you know and love, and you've likely seen like a tons of times.
I've actually not seen this as many times as I would like to say.
Okay, then let me blow your mind. Now, it turns out, because the strong force is a bit of a messy force, here, in the electromagnetic case, your little particles, they're neutral. They're just exchanging the force, but they don't actually interact themselves. This is why the field is like nice and radial, and you can easily calculate it, and it's very, like so I studied electronics engineering, we had to calculate this in the 3rd semester, so these forces and fields are kind of nice to calculate. They don't like do too many complicated effects, like nice 1/r, very, very simple thing. Mm-hmm. These fields are a bit more messy, because it turns out what they exchange here are gluons. You like to heard of gluons as the exchange particle. They basically carry this color force between the particles. The annoying thing is, they are also themselves charged. So you have the funny effect that your force particle is also attracted to the very same force limits, which then now means this little exchange particle here is also attracted to this thing and this thing. So it kind of bends inwards and attracts to its neighbors basically. So what you end up is not this triangle what you always like seen drawn, but more like this kind of like fuzzy
triangle,
cloud where
yeah.
everything just kind of like everything attracts each other.
Well, yeah,
which makes it
because
very messy.
because if the top two are both attracted to the bottom one, then the stream of gluons from the bottom one will be split between the two, but it's going to be split in such a way that it's attracted to the center because it's an average of the two forces.
Yes, but
Okay.
it's not just attracted to only the 3 quarks, but also to like other particles. For example, if
The neutron
this thing right
next
now
to it.
exchanges it here,
Yeah.
no, like even the gluons themselves. So for example, this gluon exchanged right here, this gluon coming here would be attracted to this quark, but also this gluon, but also this. Like they all keep attracting itself, and they can actually
Interesting.
exist as their own. So like you can have it's
It's
called like
like-
a glue ball,
Yeah.
a bunch of
That's
tiny
cool.
gluons which all attract to each other, and they move on their own. As
They're
like
their
little
own particle. Yeah. They're essentially the opposite of how electrons operate. Electrons are repelled by all other electrons. So you end up with
Yes.
a ball where all the electrons are evenly dispersed around the edges of the surface.
Yes, and you can actually think about this one, like dipoles, like for example in water, like they can always find a way to think of like magnets, find a way to like attract each other. Like if, let's say you have like this duration, let's say minus and plus, this one plus and minus. Now this may repel each other, but if one of them just flips around like this, they suddenly attract each other again. So you can always like flip one of the dipoles, this thing got flipped around, and now they suddenly minus plus attract each other again.
Yeah.
Now, the issue is, of course, with gluons, because you have now 3 different charges.
Right.
It's a
it's a
or red,
tripole
green,
magnet.
blue.
Yeah.
It's even easier to find a configuration where they attract each other. So this stuff loves to stick to each other, to stick to itself.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like if you look at the valence rings for an electron, you've got it's kind of like how carbon has the easiest time connecting to so many different things because it's a 4. So you've got two connections can create a strong bond. One connection can create bonds with other carbon pieces. You've got oxygen really loves it. Hydrogen loves it. All of these different things. So this is like a tripoled magnet, which can create a lot of different configurations. Yeah.
Exactly. So like it's very simple to see like everything likes to attract each other, and calculating this is like really hard. The fields in here look very messy. I mean, just by the shape you can already see this thing is a bit of a mess. It's not even static. Like it spins around. It just like loves to move. So
these are all they do explain, but they're essentially, with our level of technology, improvable. Like there's no way to actually witness this, correct?
Yes and no.
You can
So
witness
we
the
have-
effects, but you can't actually see it happening. Like we can see we can almost see an actual atom with electron microscopes, correct? Or we are still at particles.
You actually can see a single atom. There's an experiment you can do where you can actually, with your own eye, you can actually see a single atom. There's a way you can trap an atom like in a vacuum, and you shine a special light on it, and you can make it reflect this light. It's very weak, but you can, with your own eye, no microscope, nothing, you can actually see a single
Oh, shit.
atom, given the correct experiment. Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah.
we cannot see the inside of a proton as far as
No,
our
not
technology.
directly.
So we have
Correct.
these theories in the same way that gravity is technically a theory, because there we can see the effects, but we cannot actually tangibly measure the gravity. We can measure its effects, but that's it.
Yes, correct. Which is in itself consistent, because like the way the forces work, they dictate how certain things, like they only ever affect things, so you can only ever figure out the force by how it affects things.
And if
No.
we were to extend that to everything else, technically nothing is really witnessed. You only witness the photons coming off of things in terms of its visual, evidence. And you never actually technically touch anything. You're essentially, your atoms are not intermingling with them.
Correct. Even if you're like sitting on a chair, like the electrons of your butt and the electron of the chair, they don't fully touch. They just like hover slightly
That
with
amazes me.
nanometers over each other.
Hey Bonnie, how you doing?
Yeah. But what we have done, we have smashed billions of these protons against each other in these particle accelerators,
Mm-hmm.
and we've repeatedly measured the 3 main quarks and some of these residual effects. I mean, there's all sort of stuff going on here in the middle here, like all directions. Depending on like when you look exactly, different things happen basically. It's like looking at the ocean. Like you will never see like a nice, calm, even water level. You see like a funny wave, a curly wave, a circular wave, like all sorts of things whenever you look. But after looking enough times, you can basically get, okay, I guess it's this sea level. It's like roughly that windy. It's like roughly that temperature. So you can derive some properties from that.
Right.
Now, oh yeah, continue.
Well, no, I was just gonna say that kind of connection that you just made, that description of being able to essentially derive these other properties based on what you can observe. That to me brings me back to when I was a kid and I was thinking about, if you fully understood every single interaction and how every interaction would affect the things around it. So let's say you threw a baseball and that baseball went a distance and impacted something, and you could tell based on your understanding of physics, you could tell exactly what would happen when before all everything occurred, and you had context of the beginning of the full context of the beginning of material. If you understood every interaction and you had the full context, you could feasibly fully predict every event that would ever occur to anything ever.
Yes, that's basically the
I understand
block universe
chaos
picture,
theory,
yeah.
but I don't believe chaos theory.
I mean, look at my desk. I believe the chaos on my desk.
Oh, by the way, flux capacitor, baby. Sorry, the second the lower particle looks like a flux capacitor.
Oh yeah. It's just like, I mean, they should be up to scale, but I'm not that good at drawing.
I'm joking. I
So
just like
basically,
flux capacitors.
what I drew up here, here's your proton, like the up down one.
Mm-hmm.
Here's like a neutron, a down up one. Actually, down up one. Up. You see like up down here.
Mm-hmm.
So the point basically is these little like circles, like these little outside barriers, they don't really exist. Like that's just like what we like to put labels on them.
We
Like say, hey,
conceptualize them,
these
yeah.
three make a proton. Exactly. But these borders don't actually exist on what's happening. Like this construction we call maybe the proton, this thing we call like a neutron. First of all, they can exchange quarks between each other. So inside a nucleus, they're not like in fixed balls. They can literally like move between each other and just exist as like this whole entity. Like we have like hundreds of quarks, and like which one belongs at which moment in time to like which particle is not necessarily clearly defined, because like if you pull one out, then all three come with them. So you can like, figure out, yes, I pulled out like one proton, for example.
So a neutron is called a particle. What is a gluon or a quark called? Are they called subparticles?
So the upper term is like all particles for everything. We categorize them. For example, these little guys here, they are fermions. I know I'm not messing this up right now. There's like this particle chart where like all the names are basically given. But basically, the stuff you interact with.
So essentially, physical matter would be fermions.
Yes. So stuff you
Okay.
can basically touch, electrons, quarks, everything. This is like your main matter stuff in a sense.
Very cool.
And the stuff in between here, which is like the force, which is the same as here the repulsive force between two protons, for example. That's bosons. And
Okay.
the big difference between them, there's like a very easy way to remember them. Fermions can ever only be one at the same position. Like you can't cram two electrons on the exactly same space. If you try, they either need to like get a bit of a distance to each other, or for example, one becomes spin up, the other becomes spin down, or they become different energy levels. One has low energy, one has high energy, but they can never be exactly the same in the same position with the same properties, because they kind of exclude each other.
Okay. And
We're just-
where does I'm not gonna go down that tangent. I was gonna go down the tangent of quantum entanglement, but anyway, carry on.
That also works here because in entanglement, one is always spin up, the other is always spin down. You don't know which one is which, but they're always opposite of each other.
Interesting.
So, and by the way, this entire spin up, spin down reason is why your, for example, carbon has, or like your shells have up to like 8 electrons on the outside. You have 4 different spin levels you can have, but each spin level can have spin up or spin down as well. That's how you get like to number 8 at some point.
Interesting.
So just
Okay.
as a side effect.
So
Now,
carry
what basically
on.
happens? Yeah. So we have our proton, we have our neutron, and what actually happens why is this quark only attracted to these two? Well, it turns out it's not. They're also attracted between each other. So this interaction and also this interaction. I mean, of course, they're further away, so like interaction is a bit weaker. But all of these extra interactions here you have, and you can quickly see how complicated this becomes. This is known as the residual force, and that's the reason why neutrons stick to protons despite them not really having any
Charge, technically, yeah.
Yes, they don't have any charge, but because this internal effect bleeds kind of out, they have this effect. And
Okay.
if you look at it like a graph, it very similarly looks similar to the one before. You get like, it's a bit of a different shape. You can look it up, Yukawa potential, but basically it has similar, like it wants to be at a certain distance. If it's too close, it wants to repel each other. If it's too far away, it wants to come closer. So that's why they like to sit. For example, helium is a good example. You have like two protons and neutrons, and they happily sit next to each other.
So do we have any representations of
Pull the lever.
only neutrons? God damn it. Chris, do we have any representations of groups of only neutrons? Because neutrons could feasibly connect, or not connect, but be attracted to each other with this force. Because even though they don't have a magnetic force, they still have intramolecular force.
Yes, correct. And in a certain sense, they are. If you look at like a large, let's say like lead, for example, with its like 80 something internal particles, neutrons, protons, the neutrons between each other, they are slightly attracted to each other. Now the issue is the force isn't that strong, so the moment you have like external neutrons, let's say for example a nuclear reactor, for example, they move at very high speeds and they don't stick to each other. But if you were to slow them down enough, they would attract each other very slightly.
Interesting. Cool. I mean,
And the same
we're
also
gonna have
for
so many
protons, but they would
conversations
fly
about this
apart
one day.
quickly. Okay, but basically, this is the entire picture, and with the same picture, you can think of the electromagnetic force, of the strong force, and now I'm going back to your question about the weak force, just like very briefly, because it's kind of a tricky one. The weak force, you have, let's say, for example, each particle here can also exchange, like they can exchange gluons, they can also exchange, let's say here's an electron, because there's always an electron around. They also exchange the electromagnetic force between each other. So like this particle does like a ton of things at the same time, because it is both part of a proton, but also part of a plus 2/3 charge. So like they still exchange other forces at the same time, right? So it's very busy. Like it's a busy day for this particle. What it also does, it exchanges a weak particle, which is where the weak force comes in. The issue is, this weak particle, a photon can basically exist at any energy level. You can have a very weak photon, so even with the slightest energy, you can still emit some very weak interaction forces. A gluon needs a bit more energy, that's why they are like that close together. But the weak particle takes a lot of energy to create. So this particle doesn't get created that often, and it also doesn't travel that fast before it like decays. So the effective range of this weak force is extremely tiny. It doesn't even reach out of the nucleus for the most part. Now, sometimes, by rare chance, it actually, one of them makes it out alive because it's at the end like a statistical process. Like it can happen with like a rare chance. Like if this particle, every now and then, for example, at here, it doesn't decay, it doesn't decay, it doesn't decay, it doesn't decay.
It's like an
a lottery ticket,
atomic
like-
sperm.
In a sense, yeah. If you want to think of this one, basically, yeah. It has like a small chance of making it out. That's like the opposite of a sperm in a sense.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining it swimming. It's like I'm trying. Anyway, go on.
But yeah, so basically it has like a small chance of not decaying at each moment in time. And if it happens like with 1 in trillions of trillions or something, it makes it out and can actually decay into other particles, for example, an electron, a neutrino, an other quark or something. And when this happens, you have nuclear decay. For example, let's say uranium decays with lead, for example. It's rare, but it happens it's a statistical process, so you can't really put a number on it, but like you look at like a chunk of uranium and you wait some years and it like slowly decays into something lighter.
Yeah,
because of this process.
That's why it has like a half-life where over time it will lose its mass to the nuclear decay.
Exactly. And
Love it.
technically, this is also an exchange force. So if you were to put a second particle next to it, this effect would convey a force. But this, like we're calling it the weak force, but it's not really used for a force because this interaction is like that weak. It's mostly basically causing decay in the process.
Food for thought.
So in a sense, you can give it like a tiny attractive or repulsive force, but it's not really, in a sense, relevant. The more relevant part is that when it does so, it takes energy away and the particle decays. So that's the more relevant picture. So the weak force is a bit of an odd one. We usually don't really include it unless we do
how does weak force actually have an effect? Like what effect does, because I'm judging all of these by an effect. So strong force essentially binds it's the various fermions within that bind themselves together in what we conceive as a proton, neutron, and I assume electron is a similar process. So that's the strong force. The weak force, you're saying it takes a lot of energy to create a particle from the weak force, but it rarely gets out. What does it do? How do we, because if something created an effect that didn't have an effect on anything, but it just sort of like existed, we wouldn't really categorize it as anything. It would just be something that's like, oh, that's a quirk. But so you're saying that this is only really relevant in like neutron decay, or not neutron decay, nuclear decay, and
for the most part,
okay.
It has a measurable effect. So this is called the weak boson. There's like 3 types of them. For example, W minus, and it's just like a name. We can call things anything by any name. Right. But basically, this particle also has some charge. So it has also a very slight electromagnetic effect. So if you look at this, for example, let's say you have, proton. Here's one proton. Here's another proton. And look at the effects. You will see, of course, the strongest effect is the electrostatic repulsion between each other. And you can do like this nice graph, like the repulsion is 1 over r, for example, like typical electrostatic repulsion. But you also have the secondary effect of the weak force, which is, if you like observe the thing long enough for like hours, days, months or something, eventually they will exchange one of these weak particles. And the effect is then that you have the second effect. It's extremely weak, like it quickly decays, as you see, like it just like takes, like the range is, we're talking less nanometers here, like it's really close by. Mm-hmm. But it exists, so this effect goes really quick down to 0. So what you basically have, you have 1 over, I don't even know the exact exponent. I'm just making something up here. I'm not,
sure.
Like, it's not a nice, it's not a nice one number, but something.
Yeah, we don't have to have details, broad strokes work.
Exactly. So let's say r over to the power of 8, for example. And then your overall effect is something like 1 over r plus 0.00000 something. And this number, you can actually look up this number. This is like the interactive force of the weak force times 1 over, let's say, r to the power of 8. Again, the exponent is not correct, and this number is just like something I made up. But basically, you have your main force you can measure easily, and you have like this slight residual effect, which is tiny, but it's measurable.
So it's tiny but measurable. So sorry, no, they were talking about bonking, and I just. But so it's tiny but measurable. Yeah. So what that tells me is that I am listening. Like I know it looks like I'm being silly. I am listening. But so what that tells me is that it may have an effect, but it's so minimal. I'm surprised that it even got included in the 4 major forces. Because like there are other things that interact with elements that are not accounted for, but just because they're not they're a combination of different forces. Like for example, obviously normal force is not really a real thing. It is a manufacturing, a figment, a conjuration of physicists to explain why if gravity is pulling down on me, why am I not sinking through the floor? It's because the floor has a certain threshold of shear and oh god, what are the 3 static and dynamic forces? Shear, compression, and I can't remember what the other one is. But essentially the floor has a certain level of stress that it can take before it caves in, before it causes damage. And that is essentially like because it's stopping me. Physicists say, well, if you're not accelerating and you have a force acting upon you, that must mean that you have an equal and opposite force acting upon you.
Correct.
So
the ground is pushing back against you.
Right. So if you push against the ground pushes against you, in the same way that if you're driving past someone at 20 kilometers per hour and they're static, they look like they're passing you at 20 kilometers per hour from your perspective. but
Yes.
in reality, you're applying a force to the ground. The ground existing applies a force to you, but that force is not like the ground is not. It's applying a force merely by existing, essentially. And
Well,
Done.
if you actually want to dissect this one, let's say like the ground is like this springy object, what pushes you upwards is the electromagnetic force. Like you can basically think of the ground as like a tiny spring.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's essentially the atoms within the surface are they're pushing back against the atoms within your surface.
Exactly. What's basically happening is, I'm just drawing this out of proportion here, but you have like a normal uncompressed spring in the ground. Then here's you standing on the ground. I'm drawing you as like this beautiful little creature here.
I'm very cheerful. I love it.
You press down the ground, and as a result, all of the atoms, they move slightly closer together. They don't like this. And if you look at this energy diagram over here,
Hey,
that suddenly
I
means
want
that all the atoms,
superpowers.
they're not in their perfect equilibrium anymore, but you put them slightly here. Like you move them slightly to the side. So they're no longer in their medium spot, but they now move to the side. So they apply this counter force to come back
Okay.
to the position. And this force they're applying here is nothing else but the electrostatic repulsion. They're now closer together. They don't want this. So now the electrons push against each other a bit more. And the combination of all of these tiny little forces together, with all of the billions of atoms, pushes the ground a bit upwards again, pushes against you, and compensates for gravity.
So then
So-
the strength of the item, so like let's say you have iron or a diamond or something, the strength of the bonds of the atoms is represented by the threshold of the energy in that diagram. If you were to exceed the energy in that diagram, you would essentially apply enough force to cause the atoms bonds to break and cause the item to break.
Exactly. This is how stuff breaks. You have this nice little diagram.
So goddamn cool. I hope you guys are all appreciating the level of understanding that Gottbred has for, because like I understand that the more you know, the more you understand that you don't know, but you know a lot about this. And honestly, there may be some things that you're winging. I do that all the time, but like you are explaining it in a very understandable way. I really appreciate that.
So I'm drawing the three phases basically.
I like the smiley face.
So you have the happy medium where your object is like nice and cozy, nothing happens, and it's like all the forces balance out.
It's existing in a neutral state,
static.
essentially. Yeah.
It's very happy. It's
I mean,
like
there is
when we
some level of compression that's happening because of gravity, but we're like, for the most part, it's happy. Like if it were out in the middle of space and the only gravity that was applying to it was very distant and low, this would be the happy normal.
Correct. Yeah, that's like the ideal state. And yeah, with gravity, it would be like slightly over here on the side.
Right.
And if you press it like a black hole, it would be like all the way over here. Very unhappy. But for the most part, most objects move like in this little tiny area.
Right.
Now, if you pull on it, which luckily I have like this little thing, Zaretta gave me like this little Easter bunny chocolate. So if like you pull on this thing, like it nicely stretches. So spring in action, like you see the force I'm applying, which basically moves it from this state to this state.
Okay.
And the important part to know, for like small displacements, if like you move only like slightly along this diagram, this is linear. This is where like the nice spring equation comes from. Double the distance, double the force. 3 times the distance, 3 times the force. So as long as you're in here, your material is nice and linear and everything is happy. Once you pull too much on the thing, you see the extra force you need to put in, like this little change here, from here to here, is not getting that big anymore because the attractive force, like,
Is
it has a
diminishing.
certain maximum limit. There's
Right.
only so much the thing can pull on you.
Right.
And if you ever exceed this point, which you will eventually, that's like the yield point of the material, once some atom loses the next atom and the next, like, it cascades through, this is when your material breaks. And you just, like, go off the chart and you pull it apart.
Officer, I understand that from the camera it looks like I punched him, but in reality we never really physically connected. I mean, my
Correct.
atoms and his atoms never actually impacted. So, please uncuff me. Thank you.
However, you can make the point that your little photon, your electron just emitted, caused his electron to be pushed away, so it did touch it in a
If
sense.
you want to go after what's really in trouble, go after the gluons that were impacting him and you're gonna have to talk to the theoretical physicists. Maybe it's their fault. I don't know.
Yeah, but this is meant to calculate, so I always like to go back to electrons because they're nice and cozy.
God damn it.
But, so, after this long and very in-depth discussion about how particles and forces actually work, I think we got like a very good understanding of how everything fits together.
I understand everything about theoretical physics at this point.
Perfect. This is how it starts. Like you will develop this
And
obsession.
this is why I like these tangents, because I really do like. I feel like it provides the context for what you're discussing.
It does. The nice thing about physics is everything belongs together, and every effect has usually like a deeper reason, like why is this happening?
I just like Chris just said I only theoretically hit him.
It's not wrong.
God damn it, that's great.
But for your question earlier, like why do we include a weak force? All other forces you can explain with like a lower level. For example, why I'm not falling to the ground with normal force, because the electrostatic forces hold you upwards. But a weak force you cannot explain. You cannot explain why certain elements decay on their own with just the normal forces, like electromagnetic forces and gravity. It's not sufficient. So if you actually wanna get a full picture, then you also have to include it.
So a weak
For most effects, we
force-
don't.
Uh-huh. I would say, and that makes sense. Like essentially, if you want to pare things down to the lowest common denominator, there are 4 forces that are by themselves. There are no forces above them that are not made of something other than them.
Correct. That's what you call them the fundamental forces. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Fun. Gotta know your fundamentals, chat. But so, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the weak force. So I like the way they're named because it's almost like the strong force and the weak force are essentially that. Like the weak force is essentially the weakness, like something within the particle has lost or left. It has let go of something, and that something goes and flies off and decays from that particle, and that is essentially its weakness. So neutrons are just weakness leaving the particle. Or sorry, neutrinos are just weakness leaving the particle instead of like pain is just weakness leaving the body. I'm not drunk, you're drunk.
Well, I can't comment on this one. But yeah, the reason they named this way is because the relative forces. Strong force is incredibly strong. The electromagnetic force is smaller, but and it's actually a number I know by heart. The difference between the strong force and the EM force is 1/137 point something, but 1/137 is close enough, which is also known as the fine structure constant because of the fine structure inside all of this stuff here. So this force is roughly that much stronger, or rather, the electromagnetic force is that much weaker than the relative strong force. And the weak force, on the other hand, is, I don't know how many zeros it has, but it's like way weaker in comparison. And gravity by far is the weakest force, and there's a nice experiment.
Yeah, it's 1/r². So like the further you are away, the like after a couple of hundred, I guess, units of measurement, it's just almost negligible.
I mean, yes, but the same also applies for like magnets or electrons. Both have the same shape, like the same 1/r² shape, basically. But if you, for example, have a ball full of... I mean, a very good example is a magnet lifting up a paperclip. Basically what's happening is, your tiny little magnet lifts up the object, and the entire Earth pulls it down, and this tiny magnet wins against the entire planet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you had a rock the same mass as the magnet, the rock would not attract the paperclip.
At least not on a scale where anything is like relevant. Exactly, yeah.
So I'm sorry. Have you ever heard of? Do you know who Harry Carey is? Oh, God damn it.
I do not know.
Harry Carey. Okay, Harry Carey was a baseball announcer, a baseball color commentator, and he became famous for his manner of speaking. And they've actually done Saturday Night Live skits about him. And basically, like I think he's dead now, but his whole thing was he would go off on the most random tangents. So it'd be like
we do.
Yeah, but no, much more chaotic. Like he like well, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I can't do his voice without practice. Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's great that you're here. If the moon was a big ball of cheese, would you eat it? Excuse me? Would you eat the moon if it were a big ball of cheese? Probably not. I would eat the moon if it were a big ball of cheese. I like cheese.
I mean, it's tempting.
What would you choose between the two? A fiery ball of death in the center of the sun, or a nice cold Bud Light? I guess a Bud Light. Me too, Doctor. I was worried that you'd say the fiery ball of death. I'm glad you didn't. A nice cool Bud Light's nice. And like he would go up. So like when you started to say like a big ball of a big ball of Earth versus the magnet, I thought I 100% a big. What would you prefer? A big ball of gravity or a big ball of weak electric force or weak nuclear force? I for one would choose
tiny little magnet.
I for one would choose the gravity in that situation. I want to be able to do his voice eventually. That would be amazing. But
you do some nice voice impressions every now and then, so it's kind of nice.
Thank you. All right, so cool. I think I would like to continue our discussion in the future, if you're up for it. But at the same time,
Sure.
it is getting late it's late for me, but it's really late for you. It's like 4 a.m. Isn't it? 5 a.m.
Yes, it's 4 a.m. But
Yes.
I mean, tomorrow's Friday, and yeah,
That's true. Big balls. What's your thoughts?
All right. The funny thing is, like, we still have perfectly circumvented the main topic with the light clock and the particle coming at you at half speed of light. But next time we can, now with the proper fundamentals, go into this one in detail again.
I like the fundamentals, Doctor. I
I.
really appreciate the conversation, my friend. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, absolutely, my pleasure. It's rare to have someone like who actually appreciates physics on a level than more just like throwing a equation at your face and saying, "Hey, I heard about EMC sphere."
Yeah, you think you're so smart? Solve this. Oh, yeah, I think
We will.
cool beans. Alrighty, you lovely peoples. I'm gonna pop along. I'll talk to you later, Brad.
All right, nice having you. Bye.
Nice talking to you. Bye. That was so fun. I love going down rabbit holes, especially when it's like of interesting topics, and especially when it's someone who genuinely knows what they're talking about. Like Godbread, the way how you can tell someone knows what they're talking about is they don't just throw around terminology. They actually they can use different analogies and metaphors to explain what's happening in a way that conveys the understanding without just continuing to regurgitate what's in a book. And I as much as I love reading and as much as I love what's in a book, I prefer to hear from people who have a more fundamental understanding than I do, who can communicate in such a way. And I do the same thing whenever I'm talking to somebody about what I do or you know what my job is or anything involving like something more complicated, especially when it comes to like my personal either opinions, if it's going to be from a religious or a political standpoint. I really prefer to use metaphors because they help to get an idea across without using the terminology that's associated with an idea that someone may be against. So rather than try to, you know, just feed someone, regurgitate facts or regurgitate statistics or whatever, if you actually have the ability to turn that into a metaphor, turn that into an analogy that they can understand, I think that is a fantastic way to. I need to hide this from Greta. Hey, Najib, welcome to the party. How you doing? I recently tried to make beef stroganoff, so I got some truths. Ended up, I was pulling my meat earlier too. I had to pull it right off the thing. It got pretty hot. Although I will say it wasn't very spicy. But it wasn't vanilla either. How you doing, Najib? Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Oh Lord. Remember, I thank you all for following along through my nice tour through physics. Heck yeah. I clipped that. I didn't say it. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say anything. Both pretty smart cookies. I mean, I am confident in my understanding of things, and but I was gonna say, but got bread, like he got me on that. Interesting little tidbit. I would like to make this not clear, but I would like to communicate this to you. After having watched that, after having listened to that, this is my understanding, and I believe the true understanding and connotation, denotation, whatever, of the word competence. The word competence means the capability of learning, adapting, and integrating new knowledge into your understanding of the world. A competence is the ability to, like, someone who is capable is not necessarily someone who's competent, and someone who's competent is not necessarily someone who's capable. If someone is competent, they are able to become capable at something. They are able to learn, adapt, grow over time, or hopefully over a short period of time. I like to work with very hyper competent people who are able to take new concepts, adapt, and learn and grow. But yeah, theoretical degree in physics. I love it. All right, I'm on mobile. I can't read it. Read. Evie Lover, what's up? Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Oh, beef stroganoff. I've never had. Well, no, I have had beef stroganoff. That's a lie. Marvel Rivals has big head emotes. Wait, what? Peachy! Welcome to the party. How are you doing? It's Peachy. I was in the YouTube chat, but it's been for a while. Oh, I see a hi, I'm Peachy. I'm sorry I haven't been around for a while. I'm so sorry I didn't respond to that in 10 minutes. Oh my god, I'm bad. I'm bad at responding to YouTube. It's just my bad. Hi Peachy, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We were making steaks earlier. I was supposed to set up my computer and I didn't because I started talking to Vincent, who was telling me about his trip to Japan, which honestly super cool. I'm kind of jelly. Then I talked to Zaretta about Subnautica, and Zaretta, by the way, exclamation point shout out. Can we get a shout out for Zaretta, please? I would appreciate that very much. Doom. Yes. A shout out for Zaretta. Doom is awesome. Doom is currently editing some videos that he made in my shorts. Or no, he made for my shorts. Doom brought a lot of people into my shorts earlier to create some content. And I hope that they had a good time. But Zaretta is currently playing Subnautica for the first time and pretty much blind. Aside from the fact that we know that there's octopus people and that there's more lore, Zaretta doesn't really know much about the game. And if you love Subnautica and you've never, or you want to see people who've never played it before, highly recommend go checking Zaretta out. I am going to find somebody to raid. If I can find my... is Zowie still streaming? Question mark. Oh my god.
Incoming!
I need to poop very soon. Thank you so much, Tech Loves. I will be back tomorrow. So I wasn't here yesterday. I was supposed to be here yesterday. Insider info to Drunkie's life. Drunkie has been dating. Drunkie has, I've been on 2 dates, and I've met somebody who I had lunch with, but it wasn't really like a date. I just sort of like, we chatted, and we're adult enough to say that we're not for each other. Like, both of us have interests that are vastly different. Like, she's very athletic. She's very, she and I are both very ambitious, and we both work at Universal. Aside from that, almost no overlap. But like, that's the beauty of being a adult, is we can say, yeah, we probably aren't going to be perfect for each other. So we're just going to go ahead and be friends, but not continue on in any, Drunkie and someone kissing a tree, KISSING. I need to poop soon. That's accurate. Yeah. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being in my shorts. And also thank you for being awesome, Jordan. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Chris, for keeping everybody in line with your bonks. Thank you, Zaretta, for eating all your scrap and also talking to us about Subnautica. And thank you, Godbread, for your amazing explanations of theoretical physics that I think got a lot of people here to actually understand a lot more than they previously did, and a lot more than I previously did. Oh my God, there's somebody named Egg in his... Let's bring him over here. There's somebody named Egg and Dubs he's playing with. He's playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, I thought this was Dark Souls. Cool. Awesome love. You guys are awesome. And thank you to Nova. So Vincent and Chris, thank you guys so much for breaking rules. Nova, holy shit. Calling out Nova again. Thank you so much. If you guys didn't see, Nova came in and just dropped way too much. I'm talking like in the triple digits and more of dollars, not scrap, as well as like hundreds of dollars worth of subs given. Like it's still wow, he just got his ass kicked. It's still kind of like in my brain. It's not really something that I'm okay with, but at the same time, they wanted to do it, and they are in a position where they can do it. So exactly, now leaving smarter than you arrived. Exactly. So we're gonna send this over to Zowie Farrell. Yo, Chris, you know my thoughts on that. You know my I remember. I almost said I remember fondly. I remember with great questioning that day. All the love, my friend. All the love. Let's send Zowie over to the YouTube as well. So everybody on YouTube, thank you all so much for being awesome. Appreciate you. I want to say bye, Zaretta. Stick around for the raid, and I'm gonna do the raid. Stick around for the raid. Go to sleep. Go rest your weary eyes. Bread, you have a wonderful night. Zaretta, you have a wonderful night. Everybody, you have a wonderful night. Chris, you're at 3 a.m. instead. Well, actually, now, yeah, you're 3:13 a.m. I think. Get some sleep. All the love. You're amazing. I will talk to you soon, and I do need to talk to Jen about Manchester. I need to figure out how to address that. I also need a hotel, but I love you. I'll be back tomorrow. And we'll play. We're not gonna play. I want to start my Avatar series. I want to watch an episode of Avatar with you guys and break down from every character's perspective their growth, their personalities, their traits, things that we've learned, everything. I really, sooner the better. I know. I need to get on it. I have a tendency to not, and I'm bad. I get it. I appreciate you. I'll send her a message after this. So I love you guys. Bye. I'm just gonna hit raid. Bye.